Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, June the 30th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Excellent. Well, yes, with that Netflix $100 million investment, it looks like in Black Community Banks. One moment, please. I've got an echo going here. Just give me a second here. Just have to do something. Here we go. All right, yeah, so we've got a ton of these now. So take a look at the first one that I saw this morning, but a lot of them are now starting to catch up, was BYFC. Massive, up 81%, 7 million shares. These are all going to be relatively low floats. 18 million in the float. And of course, the ones from last 2 weeks ago, I guess U1 is up. And U1OK. It's almost going to be a take your pick. Cone, COHN, just joined a little while ago. OPHC. Now, not all of them are going to hold their gains, and none of them might. We don't know. Once the market opens, we'll have to see. But this is definitely going to be the hot sector this morning. LMFA. Just kind of going through a few of them. Carve. That's another. Wow, look. Saw this move. Went from 8 to about 14 in a heartbeat. And yes, OXBR, another one. Just be a matter of which ones are going to maintain and maybe give us a pattern to trade out of. So other than that, let's take a look at some. Uber is gapping up. I think they're again in talks to they're still trying to get one of these food delivery businesses. Could pay Postmates. 2.6 billion. Uber could pay 2.6 billion for Postmates. So that is the news for Uber. IDEX continues its move from yesterday. At least it had. Well, okay, it's given it up. 234. It was up to 234 when I saw it, so it has actually pulled back quite a bit now. LQDA has gapped down on an acquisition news. They're buying a company called RareGen. It is a private company, so they're gapping down on that news. Whoa, ZYNE, big gap down for it, down 39%, 2.2 million shares. Negative data on their news, their drug company. I don't have a favorite website. I'm using ours, and you know it's getting news from many different websites. So I don't have a favorite one. Just using our news tab right there. Remember this one from yesterday? It was just so hard to get. What a rip it had at the end of the day yesterday. PHCF. And what a nice rip at the end of the day. This was a really tough one to get because of the spread. And now it's down again. Yeah, man, this is a tough one. Got all the way up to 850. Now it's down to 7. Did Office Depot do a reverse split? Let's see what the price is. Wow, I guess it did. Yeah, there's no way this was $15. So this is really traded off. Yikes. I don't see it. I don't see the news on it. IPDN, another. I think this is tied into that $100 million Netflix news. Not every company is getting $100 million, of course, but I think this is tied into it, IPDN. And ATHE, let's see, what's their news? Their news is FDA agreement on how the phase 2 shall be proceeding. So that's HTHE, low flow situation. That's up, look at this, 176%. Yeah, JCOM, I'm seeing JCOM right at the top of my list here. The ones that are, it's down $7. What a gap down. Still SPAC crazy. Yeah, I didn't change it. Oops. What are these SPACs? So, I mean, this has been in the news, but I guess now they're announcing it's a definitive agreement with Burger. Is it BurgerFi? Don't know them, but food company, obviously, BurgerFi, and it's a merger. Ultimately, it'll be trading under the symbol BFI. Pola, that's right. That's the other one I was looking at, Pola. This is an EV play, so we had a lot of the EV plays yesterday. Look at Solo, what it did at the end of the day. Solo and FUV. I did not take them, unfortunately. These came from the basic new highs later on in the day. What a move this FUV had, though. Along with Solo. And now Pola, which I did not see, did not really enter yesterday. Oh, actually, it's an earnings play too. Had earnings after hours. June 29th, yeah, after hours. So bit of an earnings play also for it. And I don't know if there's any volume yet on this one. IMRA. No volume yet. I just read something about they're going to be added to the Russell 2000 mid cap or small cap after July the 1st. So that'll be next week. I'm sorry, July the 1st is tomorrow. Oh, Canada Day. All right, 912. Let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. See, not very many upgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com this morning. I'll get the downgrades in now. A few more downgrades and upgrades. Okay, we have a ton of downgrades for, I mean, that ICPT, I know it got hit yesterday. Let's take a look at what it's doing. A ton of downgrades for ICPT. So I had the big hit yesterday, of course, ICPT. Really didn't do that much. I mean, you look at the 15-minute chart yesterday. I guess it did kind of pop around a little bit, but a lot of downgrades this morning for ICPT. Okay, that's what it is in terms of BurgerFi. Okay, BurgerFi. Pretty sure we don't have them in Canada. Yeah, I did forget to mention Blink, actually, BLNK. That what a move it had after hours. Well, well, it had a pretty big move. Let's say it was at 377. Yeah, pretty good move after hours, about $1. And then there's the pre-market. Of course, this is one of the, let's call these the EV stocks. How was Plug doing this morning? Kind of led the way yesterday. Not doing too much, really. How's Ballard doing? Not really. So Blink is definitely the leader right now. I guess along with Pola. Yeah, Canada Day is tomorrow, of course. I was just saying. When I saw July 1st, I was thinking July 4th. And DVAX is gapping down also. Very few. I have the 200-day moving average. Of course, I have volume. It's really all I use. I mean, I do have the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA on all my charts, but I look at them, but really it's the 200-day moving average and the volume. That's really it. I'm not a big indicator guy. That is not to say that those of you out there who like to use a lot of indicators shouldn't. I never trade the 1 minute chart, no. Okay, guys, if you want to follow my watch list up and down and the repeating version, remember all you have to do is go to the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and then Barry's watch list right there. Now remember, I know I say this every morning, but there's always one person says, hey, my layout disappeared. Everything in the channel is a layout. All these themes in here, they're all layouts. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you load anything, because your layout will be replaced, which is okay as long as you've saved your layout to the cloud. And I will be on the simulator all day long. This is if you're new to trading, hardly recommend you use our paper trader or simulator. It's using our real-time data. It doesn't matter what broker you've got. You can practice trading using this what's called our Brokerage Plus module. New Brokerage Plus. And then all you have to do, where it says connected, just connect to Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. And then you can, before you commit real money, practice trading. Yeah, Kirkland's coming in here. A little bit of a move for boy. Remember this day? Yeah, it went from $2 all the way up to 370 something or other. Look at the volume that came into KIRK. A little bit of volume right now. It's a low float situation. 13.6 million in the float. It's just, it's just a trader right now. I know. I mean, unless they've, yeah, I know they've got the vaccine shows promise in early stage trial. I mean, but the reason this one popped here is because of the, keep forgetting if it was $72 million. I think it was 72 million. It's either 72 or 92 or something like that $1 million injection from the DoD. That's what got this really rolling. But you're right. I mean, the news looks good, shows promise in early stage trial, but maybe they were, maybe investors, traders were expecting cure, not showing promise. Zach, you've got me on that one. I'm not 100% sure. I know you're kind of joking around, but did they do a financing finally? $70 million financing. It's institutional, though. It's a little bit different. A little bit different. Not an offering. Well, institution, I don't know which one. But it's definitely better than just issuing stock. So what is the market doing right now? The SPY is dropping just a little bit after the huge day it had yesterday. I didn't realize actually the Dow was up 580. So the market is a little bit weak this morning, just a little bit. No, CLSK, I mean, I know it's down. That's all. That's about all I can say. It's down for the day right now. Big day yesterday, of course. Big couple of days. Yeah, that is interesting news. I mean, again, I don't know which bank it was or what financial. In fact, there it goes. There it goes. Look at this. Look at the volume that just came into WKHS in Cincinnati. Sorry, guys, had to do it. Look at the volume that came in. So loving the financing news. All right, guys, I'm just also looking at the fact that they did join the. When did they join it? 6:30 set. 629 joining up 40%, joining the Russell 3000 index. Just one moment, please. I'm just going to pass some information on to our developers. Oh, I see. Goldman Sachs. I see. I see. Okay. It's funny. All right, so some of these are now starting to drift down. Yeah, actually, Carver is holding. Carver is really holding well. And you know what? Broadway Financial is actually holding well also. BYFC is actually holding well. Not that huge of a pullback, holding three. Yeah, when I don't know what your plan is or what anybody else's plan would be, but I mean, I have to let the market open, of course. I have no idea what's going to happen with Carve. I mean, these things, unfortunately, when they're so, I mean, when a stock has gone up 160%, $9, it's hard to, get a feel for where you can enter other than just guessing. If it bases a little bit, but it's hard. These ones typically do not base very long because they're so active. So, I mean, to me, it's just a guess. Unless there's some kind of a base that you can, and then a pop from it. I mean, you could argue that LFMA right kind of right there, could have been maybe a bit of an entry in the pre-market if you're so inclined. A little bit. I rarely trade the first 5 minutes. I usually sit out the first 15. It doesn't mean that's, the absolute hard and fast rule, but rarely do I trade the first 15. Fully understanding that I will miss, the runner that just keeps going right from the get-go. I mean, if this one kept basing here, if it was a little more of a consolidation and then took out the pre-market high, I mean, because it's got so much room. I mean, it really depends on how much room a stock has. Then maybe, but I'm just not that anxious to trade in the first 15. I mean, I used to, but I got burned too many times. And I just find it's psychologically, it's you start off with a bad trade right off the bat. A bad trade, a losing trade right off the bat. It can kind of set the tone for the rest of the day. That's just me, guys. Okay, I mean, lots of you out there, I know will trade the first 1 minute, whatever. And if you can make money doing it, fantastic. Well, room is, if you look at the daily, weekly, and monthly chart, and you see these big voids, and look at all that white area here, on this chart. So these stocks have room to run if they want to. All right, everybody, the market is going to open in less than a minute. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. We'll get rid of these two. And we'll just see what happens. Plus, I'm joking a little bit, but I mean, this little window here after, 2 o'clock is giving us some really, really good looks. Okay, we're now open for business here. So there's Blink, BLNK. So some of these are starting to drift down right off the bat. ATHE. One moment, please. All right, so see what's happening. A lot of these that were flying in the pre-market. I mean, that's a $4 drop or $3.50 drop or so for CARV. Now the market's starting off a little bit weak, just a little bit. And look at WKHS; they're really starting to give it up a little bit here. But look how erratic it was in that last 15 minutes before the market opened. We had a bottoming tail down to 1429, a topping tail right up to 1850. And the BYFC starting to drop. Now this one, I should have mentioned this one. I forgot to mention this one. It's on the watch list. Had a big pop after hours yesterday. HEPA, big pop after hours yesterday. Now it's given up a lot from the pre-market or post-market highs, 366. So it's got all the way down to 3. Let's see if this holds though. This 3 level. It's a low float, 9 million in the float. Great volume to start the day. And that's the HEPA, HEPA. And now look at this carve, it just got halted on the way down. So LA green is just, these are stocks making new highs. Yellow, stocks making new lows. It's just the way I've color coordinated it. Wow, look how crazy this one is. Look at the topping tail, bottoming tail for WKHS. Hard to commit. Good spread though. Interesting. Not a terrible spread for a stock that is so. I mean, look at the volume already. 15 million shares. Okay, OPS is still pretty interesting. This is the merger with BurgerFi. Am I pronouncing it right? BurgerFi? Is that how you guys pronounce it? BurgerFi in the States? This is like the shill from before, the SHLL. You know, after they announced their merger, and it went on a tremendous run, all the way up to almost $35 yesterday. All right, guys, there's HEPA on the move here, a little bit on the move, holding that 3. Good volume coming in. Low float, 9 million in the float, HEPA. Actually, Oxbridge, OXBR, is a nice pullback here, and now it's just attacking the pre-market highs, actually. So keep an eye on this one for sure. Only a very low float, 4.7 million in the float. Yeah, William is not here today. We're going to miss him. I saw BE in the, my namesake, saw that in the pre-market. Yes, boy, that went on a tremendous run well, here. that long ago? No, I think here. That's about maybe 2.5 weeks ago. I remember that day, 848, got all the way up to a 10, almost a $2 run on an $8 to $10 stock. That's a tremendous percentage run and great volume. It's not a low float. Okay, so I do see a couple of early AI alerts. Just be careful, especially on the one that starts with the letter W. I don't think, I mean, these are early AI alerts in the first 5 minutes. I don't think there's any mad panic to jump in right away. Yeah, Carve was halted at 9:32. So this will open at 9:37 plus 27 seconds. So it should open in about 20 seconds or so. I'm sorry, in about, let's do the math, 7 seconds if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. And there, just opened, CIRV just opened. All right, guys, I am. Boy, it's still very whippy. The W stock in the AI. Just be careful, guys. It's so whippy. You can see it settle down just a little bit. I mean, it could go on a tremendous run. A real game being played at 18. IDEX. Yeah, not much to talk about really. I mean, a topping tail, bottoming tail. So right now, indecision for IDEX. It's not a low float either. 113 million in the float, so 130 million in the float. So it's just not a low float. So I mean, it's going to take a bunch to move that stock. While I'm watching Workhorse, like everybody else, right around that 18 level. Okay, well, let's see if it pops over 18 again. It's a, if you have the AI, I mean, you see where the stop is. It's a wide, wide stop. So that'll determine how many shares you take. Okay, this is a bounce play now, right now, guys. Liquidia, LQDA, they've bought a private company. LQDA, they bought a private company, and investors don't like that. I think it's an all share. Was it all cash or? Well, plus they did an offering at $8 a share, so it's a little bit above the $8 mark. So they've also done a financing, $9 million at $8, $9.3 million at $8. Yeah, I saw the Expa little pop after hours yesterday, but it's giving it up though, guys. I mean, it really little pop after hours yesterday, pre-market, yes, but it is giving it up. Look at the volume for Workhorse, 25 million already. Right now, not good. I'd wait for it to at least get back to the entry price. So I'm not a big fan of the early ones. I like to see them settle down a little bit. Again, I'm fully prepared to miss out on a runner. Yeah, I saw that in the pre-market. I didn't see any news on it. I can't see any news on it. It's almost like this is a reverse split that has not been. Yeah, I don't know. Might have to do some more digging on RSL. Maybe go into even Twitter or something like that, because I just don't know. I don't see any news on it. Thank you. It just doesn't. It wasn't showing in the headlines. I figured it had to be a reverse split of some sort. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I still don't see a headline. Usually you can see. Yeah, I mean, I don't see any news on that whatsoever in terms of a reverse split. Okay, now what you can start watching is to see if you get a re-entry trigger for, say, Oxbridge. I mean, it's been stopped out. Well, it hasn't been stopped out, I guess. That's a wide stop, though. $1.70 stock and is a 126 stop. That is a wide, wide stop. So all these, I shouldn't say all, but look at Carve. So all these stocks were just flying in the pre-market because of the $100 million Netflix news. All right, well, let's see if Workhorse can kind of base a little bit around 17 and move off from there. All right, well, okay. IDEX actually had a nice move. It wasn't doing anything. Somebody asked me in the first 5 minutes. I mean, it really wasn't doing anything. Topping tail, bottoming tail. Making a nice little move now, IDEX. It's a big float, though. Yeah, pre-market high for Pola was 241. Almost got there. Great volume. 3 point. There you. I mean, it's actually an earnings play also. Interesting jaunts. Okay, Fred. I've got my eye on a little bit here. What's the high this month was $8, so it does have room to run. Just watching the workhorse, see if WKHS, see if it can settle down just a little bit. Okay, so some are starting to show up on my watch list up. Atra could be interesting. You can see why it's on the list. Look at the room it's got. When somebody asked me what do I mean by room, look left on that daily chart. So the next high looking left is 1573, and then way up here. So I mean, this has got a lot of room if it wants to run. I mean, it could be a multi-dayer. Yeah, I mean that's difficult to do. You're asking, to predict a stock that's going to make a new high before it actually happens. All right, well, there's WKHS now, guys. Maybe it'll come back now. I mean, the only thing you can do is you can try to use our position in days range and put it near the top of the range, but not quite at the high, of course. And then maybe use a 5-minute high alert. I mean, it's hard though. I mean, a stock that's moving very quickly. Wow, BLNK. What was the alert at? 647. Okay, it hasn't moved that much. I thought it was more. Oh, there on that move right there, 594, 638 now. All right, first almost half hour in the books. So 594 was the alert here, 635 right now. ATRA. Okay, RAD on that, yeah, it didn't really move. 1792 did get a little bit over 18. But remember, this is a watch list, so I'm going to be watching it later. Okay, so ATHE has come back. Now, the pre-market highs are, well, $1.80, $2 or so. Well, guys, you probably know that I'm in a stock here. Yeah, okay, you're right. Pola now has just taken out the pre-market high. And of course, it popped right through the 200-day moving average. And it's an earnings play. And I guess it's an EV play. So it's got a lot going for it, I guess. Through the 200-day earnings. The reaction to earnings has been good. And let's see what sort of room it has. You look at that weekly chart. It's got a little bit of room to the 285 level. Okay, so it's not a ton of room, but certainly on a percentage basis, if it moved up there, that would be excellent. Well, I don't know. There's BE, $10 now. BE at 10. So if you look left on that weekly chart, you'll see 9.99 is the high, and that was the week. 10.50 was the high that week. So this has a little bit of room to run. Okay, this is crawling back here. This was down in the pre-market VXRT. You know, I had a couple of tough days. So, I mean, I had a great day, but it was a sell-off. I mean, 2 days ago, that was on Thursday. Excuse me, that was Friday. I mean, it did get all the way up there, but it sold off. So the XRT, it's really coming back here, guys. Look at the volume coming in also. Okay, guys, I had a quick scalp on that ATRA, but I did end up taking a little loss on it. So I'm going to keep an eye on it though later on. It still has a ton of room. That's what attracted me to it. But again, I had a scalp on it up to 1450, but I was really looking for more. Well, key area right now for Pola, 286. You can see it right there. Right there on that weekly chart. That's the key area. Well, 286 and 3. Boy, VXRT is just rippage now. Just hard to chase. Look at VXRT, man, oh man. Again, the fear of missing out, but I mean, this is what a candle that is. That 15-minute candle. All right, guys, keep an eye on this one. Oh, the volume is good, actually. AYRO. Yeah, it hasn't triggered yet here because it's got to get above the high. It probably did early. Yeah, you see, it's got to get above, oh man, 332. That might be too late. Keep an eye on AYRO. This actually popped into the new highs right here towards the end of the day. Had a nice little run. What I like about it is that it has, it's over the whole number, 3. If you look left on the daily chart, a little bit of room to that 326, but this morning in pre-market, it got up to 330. It could be interesting. It's a low float, 5.2 million in the float. Keep an eye on the WKHS if it takes out 18 again. You know, obviously this can be it'll be incredibly active without that financing news. It looks interesting. I mean, it's almost at the high XPA. I mean, a lot of people are following this one. Nice after hours action, pre-market, but it gave up a lot. I mean, remember now the high was up here, 516. So I mean, it has given up a lot. It's not a low float, 86 million in the float. Doesn't mean it's not going to move, but I know it initiates the Express Check pilot program at JFK. So there is some news. Big area, guys, right there for Pola. I mean, look what it did. It got right, look at the high. Got right into that area here. So you may struggle to get through it. VIP's on the move here, guys. This has some room too. VIPS over the whole number now. And the market, okay, the market is actually, I mean, the market's trying to come back a little bit. Little disconnect, big disconnect actually. The Dow is down, but tech and the SPY are up. So there's a bit of a, definitely a little disconnect going on. All right, guys, I'm definitely watching B. Watching B right here. See how well it holds over 10. This gets up into the teens. I'm going to take this trade. And that is the B. Well, that wide stop for WKHS and the AI has helped, definitely. Just couldn't take as many shares. There it goes. There it goes, guys. And well, I ended up taking the B. Let's see how well it holds 10. It did pop up to 10.20. Ended up taking the B. Boy, you got to watch that WKH. I mean, it is so whippy. But it is making a new high. If you just can't take too many shares because of how wild it is. Well, I'm all, I mean, you don't have to take it, of course, but I'm all about the whole number break. So, 1051 is the area where, I would love for it to get up to that, near it, but Oh, Vicky. All right. What, I just took some out at 10, right now, 10:30, 10:31 for the B. Oh, this is turning into a great little play, guys. So say, guys, if you're in this one, just make sure don't turn away from your computer. WKHS. Well, even here, I mean, it looks so late, 1845. Am I watching? Now, the reason why it's so late is because it had to take out the high of the day, which happened in the first 15, or first 5, actually. So it took a while. Now we have a halt now. ATHE, unfortunately, it's halted on the way down. I'm sorry. It got halted on the way down, and now it just resumed. A little bit late. That. So you see, I mean, does it always work like this? Of course not. But, that was the area that I was concerned about if you were going to get into the POLA, POLA, right there. You can just see on that weekly chart. I mean, you can see the first beginnings of resistance. So what did it do? It popped right into that area and it stopped. It doesn't mean it's going to stop forever, but it just stopped. One moment, please. Okay. AFH. Yeah, I just don't look at the ones under Rick. I don't really pay that much attention to the ones under $1. But I mean, obviously, what about week and a half ago had an unbelievable day. Not to dismiss it, I mean, I just don't really pay that much attention to stocks under a dollar. If it breaks a dollar, I might take a look at it. I mean, the high was what, only 80, 70 odd cents, but a lot of volume. Yeah, it's just out of the price range that I like to trade. You know, I mean, obviously it's been on an incredible run over the last few weeks. I just out of the price range I like to trade. So, you know, I mean, this could be a red bar. What's the time? 10, 12. So this candle has another 2 minutes. You know, I mean, if this candle gets above the high of that red candle, it could resume. Yeah, yeah. In March it was, yes. This one is still on my watch list. It hasn't triggered yet because would have to take out the high, and there's that 200-day moving average right there. So it would have to take out. This is the GLYC. It'll be in the watch list for a while because if it does take out that 200-day moving average, and you look left on that monthly chart, it does have some room to 6. So you know, so obviously from 4 to 6, if it can make a run like that, would be a great percentage move. So that's why it's going to be on my watch list for probably going forward for a few days anyway, even if it doesn't trigger. It's extraordinary volume for the WKHS. Look at these I mean, 11 million, 47 million shares. So it's going to trade the float again today. Look what it did yesterday. Way over 100 million shares. Probably might have even traded double the float. Okay, BE may not be completely over. There's a little pullback there. Say I sold a whack of it at 1031. I'm just waiting to see if it can take that out. You were right, Vicky. It does. It is well. It's curled quite a bit, you know, off that 10. So it's too late for me. But I mean, yeah. I mean, if it keeps going, I mean, look at the room it's got. Did hit what 17 in the pre-market. All right. Well, so far, all of these, I mean, they had momentary successes, but nothing sustained my watch list. All right, this is one that is just creeping in. It's just making by a penny. But a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, it did hit $1.10. Women's and girls cut and sew. There's a pretty specific sector. Well, guys, one big yahoo. For the B. Well, let's just say you were looking for stocks that were up for the day, you know, with a specific gap. Say they gapped up 4%. They're upper range of the range and all that. If you flip it, it'll just basically reverse that strategy. Then you're looking for stocks that are down for the day. And anything that can be flipped will be flipped. Obviously, prices can't be flipped, a price range, volume can't be flipped. But things like, okay, if I'm looking for stocks that are, you know, a certain percentage up, that obviously can be flipped. Wow. BE. Let's see what BK is doing. Let's see if I can get really crazy here. There's my middle initial here. So we got B. Well, I can probably tell you the reason. Now, somebody's asking me, Ali, okay. Yeah, it will make my watch list if it takes out the high. It has to break that high. Though, let me see what the high was. My goodness, guys. What a nice little... And there's Pola, guys. Pola now. Wow, Pola just... Okay, it broke through that little area of resistance. Challenging 3 right now. Wow. You know, I almost dumped it when it had that little pullback, but no, it doesn't include the pre-market. But that's a good question. Yeah, it's a good question. I'm not. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's right, because it's still down for the day. That's why it's not showing up here because it's down for the day. Ali, these stocks have to be up for the day, even though this is making a comeback here. It's making new highs here, but oh, I can tell you exactly why. Dumb of me. One of the triggers is it has to be above yesterday's high to be in here. So look at yesterday's high. It's way up here for LQDA. So that's why it's not triggering here. Doesn't mean you can't trade it from here, but makes sense? I mean, it's showing green here because it's making new highs for the day, but it's still way down. All right, guys, I don't have very much of the BE left now. I sold some more right up in this area. Looking right there, I mean, I was surprised that it popped through 1052 as easily as it did. That was my area. I thought it could really stall, but it so far. So I've sold. I don't have very much left. So I'm going to get my marks in here. And of course, because I had basically a 10-cent stop on that, in at 10.10, did not want to let it get down below 10. These rates of return are excellent. All right, guys, I'm afraid to look at Apex. Okay, not as afraid. I thought maybe it had really, really taken off. It has room, guys. I mean, look on that monthly chart. I mean, it does have some room. Apex, low float. Oh, I noticed it got halted too, and it just got resumed. What do I think of QMU? Nice, actually, pretty interesting. A nice break on the 5s and even the 15s. More importantly, look at the volume that is coming in. Low float, 11.5 million in the float. Didn't really see this in the pre-market. Let's see if this holds. You mean basic new highs, no repeat? Well, my goodness, look at VXRT. So well, there was the alert at 779. I did not take this one, 779. Wow, 779, 862 now. So if you're wondering what this means, the no repeat, you'll notice here, for instance, VXRT is repeating over and over again as it makes a new high. So when you look at this window here, this is the first time VXRT was alerted in this window, was at 955 and the price was 779. So you can kind of go back and see, okay, what happened from the initial alert? You can see, it's all time stamped, of course. What did it do? So sometimes, there's where the BE came from. Sometimes, you still have time to get into a trade. Maybe it hasn't moved very much, or it's pulled back, or maybe it's, even though it's maybe above the price that the alert was, maybe it's basing a bit. So there's all sorts of ways to use this watch list, this particular watch list, and it's the same principle as this one. This is going to tell you the first time it got alerted, or was alerted. So for instance, look at the blink now. So there was the alert at 594. I mean, a great alert, got up to 651. It's pulled back, but what could happen, I suppose? Man, I was just going to put an alert just over 6 for blink, BLNK. So maybe, it has a pullback. There was the initial alert, 594. I think I just missed it. William, you're here. Thought you said you weren't going to be in the room today. You just can't stay away, can you? Uh, Definition of a stock junkie, William. Exactly. 1-800 get help. Whoa, look at that pullback for VXRT. Yeah, it's possible. I'm not in it anymore. I am not in it anymore. I'm completely out of the trade, but it's possible. Look at that. 1070 is the high. And there it goes. New high of the day. Well, congratulations to anybody who took it with me. It was just that little candle there that got me a little bit worried, but it popped right back up into the 1020, so kept me in the trade, which I'm very glad it did. Also keeping me in the trade because remember, I had sold some at 1031 from 1010. A lot easier to hold on to a trade on a pullback when you've already sold some, so you almost can't lose money. Well, the only thing I can say is, SkyMonk, to kind of answer your question, the $10 stock with a 4 million float, I mean, the higher the price with the low float, I mean, it can be a lot more whippy. That's all I can say. I mean, you'll see that a lot. Stocks that are in the teens and upper, if they've got a low float, they're kind of more, in my opinion, they're a little more difficult to trade because you have to take fewer shares because they can be very whippy. Not that a $2 stock with 8 million in float can't be whippy either. I personally just find them a little easier to trade. Nothing's easy, but I guess degrees of easiness. Pola, guys, Pola. Well, my price range is up to $20 typically. It doesn't mean I will never trade a stock that is, over 20, but that's typically what I like to trade. Only because I find I can get it's sort of obvious, but the smaller priced ones can give you the biggest percentage moves. I'm not saying a $60 stock can't go up 10% or 20%, but it's it's more rare. The float is not, anything under 20 million really is a low float for me. But I don't look at the float so much. It's just that the ones that are moving, that are cheaper, typically will be low floats. It's not that I'm absolutely having to have a low float, but that's typically why a stock is moving so quickly, because they have a low float. Well, I mean, I'm going to set an alert here, see if it takes out the high again of 305. It's pulled back down again underneath. The next high looking left on that weekly chart looks like it's around 303. Well, as I said, anything under 20 million. But that's just me. I mean, other people might say 10 million. But the lower the float, the better when a stock is in play. I mean, you'll hear me say that all the time. In play meaning it has either some news that's come out, or an earnings play. For whatever reason, traders are excited about it. Well, it's my guess, Calvin. I don't know about legislation, but it's just my guess that with the incredible move of Nikola, okay, which of course is basically in that sector, I think that is what has really juiced a lot of these stocks. That's my opinion. I wonder how Mr. Musk felt about the way they named Nikola. You guys probably know why it's called Nikola. Exactly, Lee. There you go. I'm sure that was a nice little dig at him. Yeah, just checking the off topic, you'll see the reason why it's called Nikola. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. I mean, it's, but remember, Tesla started out with nothing also. I never thought of it like that, but Scott, that's just me though. That is absolutely just me. Lots of different traders in here that will trade all sorts of different styles, of course. Wow, it is 10:35 already. My goodness. Well, first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm live on the mic and I share my screen. If you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, I am sharing a lot of scans. If you click on within the trading room, if you click on Scans tab, you'll see all the scans that I'm sharing. Though it may be more convenient for you to click on the room drive icon, looks like a half open folder. If you click on that, you'll see scans that I share. If you click on download, it'll go to a Word document. All the scans, all the links will be there. So if you see something you might want to take a look at, all you have to do is copy the link. And then from our toolbar, File, Load from Cloud. More than likely when you've copied it, you'll see it right here. It'll already be filled in, that box. If not, just paste it in, Control V it in, and then load it. And you can take a look at all the scans that I'm sharing. I'm going to talk about our subscriptions. Pop the links in. Actually, I guess not the entire, Jason. I'm 9 to 3, okay? 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. 3 p.m. I shut down the room, though I will stay if there are some questions, but I usually take the opportunity to trade a little bit on my own in the last hour if I can. Okay, so now let's take a look at subscriptions. So click on that link right there. There's a subscription link, and there's the promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha. 15% off the first month only or the entire year. This is how much Trade Ideas costs. See, that bounce on Carve was short-lived. Basically, you have 4 plans: the premium yearly, standard yearly, $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. If you're getting our premium plan, it's because you want the AI, and I'm going to go over the AI in a bit, but that's the reason that you'll be getting, if you want the premium plan, that's why you're getting it. You don't have to start off with a premium yearly or a standard yearly. You can always try us out. Standard monthly, $118 a month minus the 15%, or the premium monthly, $228 less the 15%. The discount on a monthly plan is only good for the first month, but if you decide you want to upgrade within 30 days, we'll honor the promo code. Now I'm going to go over the AI, explain a little bit more. Well, actually, no, I'm going to talk more about the links now, some more links. Some great links here. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens, before Monday morning. So you can send it to your email before the market opens every Monday morning. Brokerage Plus intro. Click on that link. If you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to use this window called Brokerage Plus, you want to trade your money, watch that video. Okay? I do a daily video between 1:50 and 1:45 every day. TI download. You should have the latest version of Trade Ideas. You'll know one of the clues will be if you don't have the similar. Wow, B. If you don't have the similar tab in the single stock window. 20 short lessons. Click on that. Great starting point for anybody who's new to Trade Ideas, or even if you don't have Trade Ideas, just to see what you can do. These are some of the basic features of Trade Ideas. I think it's a great. They're not. As I understand, they're not videos, but it's all text. But I think it's pretty well detailed. You don't have to do it. 20 lessons in 20 days. Of course, you can go at your own pace. Also, the training link. Training link has that 20 lessons in 20 days, plus something called TI University and Back to Basics. Click on the plus sign and you'll see a bunch of videos. Also, all of the webinars that we have, Monday to Friday at 5 o'clock. You can register for them all. They're all archived. Next test drive. We have a test drive. I'm not sure when it's going to be. If you click on that link, Blink, guys, on the move here. Boy, I missed it. Remember, I was wanting to get it just around 6:10. You wonder why I want to trade by myself in the last hour? That's why. Anyway, there is the sign-up link for the next test drive. We don't know when it's going to be. It could be in August. The test drive for $8.99, you can have access to our full premium service for up to 10 trading days. So if you fill this in, you'll be notified probably a couple of weeks before it starts and how to sign up for it. So we don't have free trials, but this is about as close as you're going to get. Look at Blink, holy smokes. All right, so let me now talk a little bit about the AI and then Brokerage Plus. PayPal, no, not really. I say not really. I think there may be a way to do it, but it's very convoluted, so we really, really don't like to take PayPal. I know it sounds crazy in this day and age, but all right. So I want to talk a little bit about our AI. I'm just looking at it right now. Really a great day for it. I mean, the WKHS, if you had a lot of patience, you could have made some money in that. But this is basically what the AI does. Waits for the market to close and then runs through what we call an optimization procedure on 50 baseline strategies. This is not one of them, but if it were, the AI takes a look at all of the filters that are in place and makes adjustments maybe to the filter values, maybe adds a filter in, takes one out, runs our back tester. The bottom line is that these are the ones that made the cut today. These are the AI strategies that made the cut today because they had the proper win percentage and profit factor combination. Tomorrow, we don't know which ones are going to make the cut because, again, it will run through the optimization procedure at the end of the day. If you have the AI, I would encourage you to do this. From the toolbar, new AI/Holly strategy trades window. This window will pop up. Okay, you can incorporate in this window as part of your layout. And all you do is just wait for the alerts to happen. Obviously tomorrow, before the market opens, that'll be blank. And you just wait for the alerts to happen. I treat this like a watch list more than anything. But you have an entry price, you have a stop, okay? And you can just manage the trades as they come in, as you see fit. Our drama queen of a poodle. Oh, look at LAC here. This could be interesting, guys. Look at the red bar ignored for LAC, LAC. This could be very interesting. It has room to the 540 mark or so. Not bad in terms of a percentage increase. No, stock picks, it doesn't work like that. The AI, it's like saying this, we don't know, tomorrow we don't know which stocks are going to make the basic new highs and lows. Okay, if this were one of the AI strategies, of course, tomorrow we don't know which stocks are going to be new highs or lows. It's an event that has to happen. Filters have to be, all the filter criteria have to be met, and then a trigger, in this case, a new high as an example. So no, the bottom line is no. So this is Brokerage Plus, though. I want to talk a little bit about Brokerage Plus. Again, if you want to trade, if you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to use this as a sort of as your order entry screen, then I would encourage you to watch this video. This has really saved me a lot of explanation about Brokerage Plus. I used to have to spend a lot of time, and I don't anymore because it's a great video that was done by Michael Noss, who is our B+/IB expert. You can try, Dorian. Okay, you can try. I just don't get involved in that, so I really don't know. You can actually, if I give you the link for the home page, you can start a live chat and just ask them what options you might have. I'm just going to give you the link for the home page, okay? And then you can start a live chat. So what I'm going to do, what I demonstrate all day long is actually, if you are a new trader, you absolutely should practice trading before you commit real money, okay? And so we've got a great simulator here. You just have to click on the trading simulator to load the Brokerage Plus window, and this is all part of the standard service. You just need a standard subscription. And just Brokerage Plus. And that window will pop up, and then all I have to do is check TraderDeal Simulated Trading. And now you can practice trading. So let's just do one for fun. Take a look at LAC. Let's take some LAC. Spread is a penny, so I can go in at the, I'll take 300 shares. I can go right in at the market because, you know, the spread is only a penny. So I just took that trade, 300 shares at $5.13. And I can put a stop at $5 or just under $4.99. Okay. So I can put a stop, add a stop order. Make it $4.98, a couple pennies under 5. Notice right now on the chart. So if I let this trade take me out at $4.98 in the simulator, I would lose $43. Let's put I can put a target if I want. Dorian, I would hold off on the Brokerage Plus. The broker, okay, no, Brokerage Plus is part of the standard service. Okay. The only time you have to, and I'll hold off on it, okay, because there are going to be some changes, I think. Brokerage Plus. So if you're talking about the module you see here for paper trade, you don't have to buy it. It's part of the standard service. I'll put a target in. Let's put a target of, say, 530 or 535, just underneath that potential resistance area. So you can see how right on the chart, there it is. There's the line right there. So if I allowed this trade to run automatically now in paper trading mode, and I allowed it to take me out at $4.98, I'd lose $43. If I allowed it to take me out at $5.36, I'd make $67. Now, if the trade starts working, you can use this like a trailing stop. You can move this up and down right on the chart. And also, of course, if this trade starts working really well, I'm getting close to that 535. I don't have to let myself take myself out. I can move this line up and down. Or conversely, let's just say it starts stalling and starts moving down. I can move that line down and it can take me out right on the chart for some profit. Okay, so what this means is, you notice that blink, BLNK, there's the first time it was alerted, 594. In this window here, you'll see it every time it makes a new high. Okay, but this was the first time it was alerted in this window at 594. I'm sorry, that's not completely correct because nothing will show up here until at least 15 minutes after the market opens. But here in this window, you'll see blink every time it keeps making a new high, as an example. See, it says repeating. This is only going to show it the first time. So you can kind of go back and say, okay, from that alert I got here, what did it do? Obviously, almost $1. And here's the warrant version of BLNK, the warrant version. Okay, one moment, please. It's the same principle as this one. You know, there's Blink making a new high. Every time Blink would make a new high, you would see it here, but there's the first time it was alerted in this window. Carve is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, look at the SPY, guys. Now, okay, there's no disconnect. Now the Dow is also positive. SPY, of course, is positive. Tech is positive. So we're on a little run here. Oh my, just one moment, please. Well, everything you see here, well, not these ones you load from a channel bar. So you click on new and then channel bar and Barry's watch list. Okay, these three windows plus a couple of charts. But remember, this is a layout. So whatever, it'll replace whatever layout you have. All the other windows, including these two, from the scans. You can click on the scans tab. You see a lot of scans that I'm sharing. Or you can click on the Room Drive icon. Scans that I share, download. Okay. And that'll go to a Word document. Then you can take a look at all the scans and you can pick and choose which ones you might want to load onto your platform. Oh, Dennis, I have no idea. I thought we linked with that TradeStation. Linking, you mean in our with our external linking tool? So Mandair, I do that because all day long I used to, people would ask me for my scans and I used to post them and post them and post them and post them, you know, put them in. And then a while ago, quite a while ago now, I said, okay, you know what? Force you guys to do a little bit of work. You have to click on the scans tab. You see them here. Here are the links. Or up here, you see the links and now you can pick and choose which ones you want. Okay, WKHS may be coming back, guys. WKHS may be coming back. There's a nice little bottoming candle there. Over 18 again. So when you say how to link windows, are you talking about our external linking tool, Strive? Yeah, once you've downloaded it, Mandair, once you have it on your system, definitely if you like it, well, a couple things, right? I call this basically a template. So for instance, if you right click, and this is with any scan that you might like from me, if you right click and then configure, click on summary, you'll see the filters that I'm using. Now you may want a different price range. You know, you may want to change that price range. I mean, that's what I like. Doesn't mean that's what you have to like. As an example, so you could, you know, change that to whatever price range you want. Maybe you want a higher or lower minimum volume. You know, so you can you can kind of customize it to your style of trading. Once you've done that, then absolutely right click, save or share to cloud, and save. Now it's in your cloud. Well, here, can you not see this? Can you not see this Room Drive icon? Okay, I'm assuming you guys can see my screen. Can you not see the scans tab? I know people ask me that every now and then. I can't see. You're in the off-topic tab. Hopefully you can see my screen. And down here is the scans. Yeah, okay. So now in Word form, all you have to do is copy the link. Just copy the link. You know, just like this. So if you copy the link, as an example, now copy it, Control C. More than likely, once you've copied it, more than likely it's going to show up here. File load from cloud, and there it is. You see that? See it ends in C313. So the minute you copy that link, it automatically shows up here from file load from cloud, and then you just load it. I can't do anything, StockPix. You're on a YouTube feed, okay? You might want to, I think if you go to your YouTube, if you go to it, you can click on high definition. There's nothing I can do on my end. That's on your system. You can click on high definition. It's okay. Meanwhile, VXRT can, wow, look at the SPY. That's a big move by the SPY here. Big move by the SPY. Take a look at the SPY right now. You know, kept flirting with that 200-day moving average. Still there, 301. Very difficult intraday trader for WKHS unless you took very wide stops. Very wide stops. Wide stops and fewer shares. So LQDA making a nice recovery on their merger news. They got knocked down because of their merger news with a company called Rare something. It's a private company. Yeah, Dorian, I would hold off, okay? That's all I'm going to say. I mean, you're talking about auto trading the AI. I would hold off, okay? You want to auto trade your own strategies? You can do that. Okay, then hold off. Just hold off. Guys, take a look at FRTA. Wow, FRTA. This is interesting, guys. FRTA. Not excessive volume, but 3.5 times normal. But look at this FRTA. Look at the room it has on that weekly chart. Minute, guys. I'm just answering somebody here. Guys, I have to put myself on mute just for a second here. I have to follow this thread, email thread. Just a second. So I'm putting myself on mute. Time is it? 11:04. Yeah, this is more important. Look at AINX, guys. And Nixa Biosciences. Look at this little move here. Through the, no, I'm sorry, there's the 200-day. So earlier, yesterday, it popped over it, closed below it. Now it's above it again. Yeah, Jason, there's no easy answer for that one. You're going to have to look at every one of your alert windows, okay? And if you have to look at every one of them. If you right click, I don't know how many scans you've got, but you right click, properties, actions, and right there you'll see what the sound is. In this particular case, it's text to speech, okay? But you'll see what the sound is. And then you're going to have to go look at them one by one. And maybe jot it down so that you'll know. You get used to it. That's the whole idea of our sound alerts. You hear a sound alert, you know exactly which window to look at. Guys, I'm a little distracted right now. I'm trying to follow the discussion that's going on. So I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, now back. This could be still interesting, this LAC. It is basing nicely here. Has a little bit of room to that 544 mark. It's basing rather well. Good volume, 6 times normal. No, it's in the trading room. Can you not see the scans tab? Can you see my screen, T? Can you not see my screen? Okay, so you see where it says off topic? That's where you are right now. Can you not see the scans tab? I'm highlighting it right now. You know, it's right beside links, subscriptions, swing trading, tech support, scans. Okay, that's where it is. That's where they all are. You click on that, that's where they all are. Or click on the Room Drive icon. Looks like a half open folder. Click on that, scans that I share. Download. That might be an easier way, I don't know. Well, okay, there are a couple of, we do have a volume. So for instance, volume 1 minute. So volume 1 minute, whoops, volume 1 minute percent. So for instance, if you use that filter, the volume 1 minute percent, and put something like 300% or 400% or 1,000%, that will show you volume that is really increasing, compared to the previous 1 minute volumes. Okay, we have different time periods, 5 minute, 10 minute, so you can try that. I'm finding this is just as good without even putting that in there. Nicely done, pop-up. Nice alert, Fred. Let's see what sort of volume there was. Not bad, not great, but not bad. Spread was okay. Ugh, I just could not chase this one. I suppose argument to be made, maybe taking it at around 870 or so on the break out of here. What a comeback it's making, though. I mean, remember 2 days ago, so this was Friday's action, but it sold way off. I mean, it basically got cut in half. Started okay yesterday, and again, sold off. Will the same thing happen? This is shortable also, for me anyway, at Interactive. Not that I'm looking to short it right now, but Oh, look at the volume that just came into higher. HYRE. Look at the volume, guys, that is just coming into higher. HYRE. If you look left, here's the high. That's a few days ago, 337. It's a low float, 15 million in the float, but look at the volume that's coming in. Well, this one is not completely dead. Look at this little U1K. A little break here for U1K. And the volume is coming in also. All right, CRBP now is starting to show up here, but let's see, the high is looking left around 860, not that far away. It could stall it. We have it at $1.64, Frank. Are you looking at a different time frame? Looks like you're looking at a 15-minute time frame, right? I think that's because I'm seeing there it is on the 15-minute. But that's the 200-day. Okay. Did you just load it? Strive? If you just loaded it, that's why. Gosh, VXRT is just absolutely... So when you say it's not on, what do you mean by it's not on, Cristiano? I don't understand what you mean by it. Well, it's got to be real time. What do you mean how to turn it on? You have to load it. If you have our download, if you're using our application, just click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. So I don't know what you mean when you say it is. What, you've got it on auto? Are you trying to auto trade that? Aren't you a new trader, Cristiano? Are you trying to auto trade the AI? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Are you trying to auto trade the AI? So you bought Brokerage Plus for $1,100? I understand you're new here. You actually bought it. Well, okay. You have to have the load the Brokers Plus window, and you have to turn all the strategies on. You have to have the Holly. But listen, did you not watch the video? I'm going to really, before you do anything else, please watch this video. Okay? Watch that video before you do anything else. But you have to turn all the strategies on within the Brokerage Plus window. You have to have the Holly tab up and then turn all these strategies on if you're truly bound and determined that you want to auto trade the AI. Yeah, Dennis, I'm implying that there's going to be maybe a different way in which we charge for if you want to auto trade the AI, okay, which will be to your benefit. That's all I'm going to say. Well, I don't trade. I don't trade the AI. I don't auto trade it. Okay, you have to turn them on. You see how it says, but watch the video, okay? Please watch the video. Even you'll see how you do all this also, but there's many more things that you should be aware of, okay? But you'd have to turn them on. You know, enable selected strategy. Now it's on. I don't auto trade the AI. I use that as a watch list and wow, what a nice, wow, that break off $2 for UNOK, a U1K. How's its big brother doing? Not following. Interesting. U1 is not following. Guys, you know, WKHS may be getting set again. I mean, it's holding that 1850 area. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick an alert at the high of the day and see if it takes that out. I think somebody said the financing was done at $19. So guys, I've only done the 2 trades today. I took a little loss on the ATRA early, and of course then the BE was a fantastic trade for a lot of us. Okay, guys, listen. This is now taking out the high. And that's the WKHS. Oh, glad you liked it, Bow Hunter. come back. This is the format every day. Well, not every day. I always say that. Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. So I mentioned higher a little earlier. Some topping tails, but this is still kind of interesting. And the SPY continues to make a nice move up. Look at tech. Look at the tech. Leading again. Here's SMH, one of the ETFs for the tech sector. Look at this. In fact, there's only one negative sector right now. And that is jets. Just slightly. Of course, this is the airline ETF. Is what I'm talking about. Here are some of the sectors I'm following, and there's jets, the only negative one. That's why it's in yellow, just slightly negative. And Tesla, over $1,000 again. Wow, look at this move. What a move for Tesla. It's part of the scans that I'm sharing, Stan, okay? Part of this right here, scans or room drive icon. It's one of the scans that I'm sharing. It's called the Spider Sector List. Another one that's trying to make its way back is B-Core, Blucora. Look at the room it has. Wow. I mean, this, what do they do? So guys, I don't talk about the similar tab enough, I think. It's one of the tabs that is in the single stock detail window. If you don't have the similar tab, that means you're on a version of Trade Ideas, an earlier version. You should have the latest version. Just click on the download link. Just click on the scans tab, the links tab. And the download link. TI download, okay. But one of the great things about this similar tab is it does exactly that. So if I click on an alert, say WKHS, so I can see stocks in the similar sector, okay, for WKHS, and see are there any ones lagging. So what I do is I have my single stock window here. I click on the similar tab, then I duplicate the window. Right click, duplicate, and then I put the window here. Now, if I wanted to follow this sector all day long, I could do what we call a pop out. Yeah, I would say never, Lee. I don't think we're ever going to have a Mac app. All we're doing is trying to improve the web-based version. I don't think we'll ever have a Mac app. So let's say I wanted to follow this sector all day long. You right click, pop it out. So right click on the, now it's a top list window. Now you can start adding your own filters. You might want to look at a different price range, a minimum volume, because here you can't do anything in this window. Okay, these are the only tabs we've got, and so you can't do anything, or tabs, filters we've got. You can sort on the various filters. I'm sorting on the change from the close percent to see the ones that are up the most. But once you pop it out, then you can take it and now turn it into a top list that makes more sense to you in terms of, again, minimum volume, maybe a price range. So for instance, because the pharmaceutical sector is always so active every single day, regardless of what day it is, what's happening, the pharmaceutical sector. So I have taken this and I've popped it out, and then I follow this all day long. I took, here's the top list, I added a minimum volume, I added a price range I wanted. I sort on, I added this column called the position and range. So I sort on that so I can see the stocks near the high of the day. There's OBSV as an example, right at the high of the day, things like that. So this is something that, I have all the time. I didn't say that, Dan, but I would hold off. That's all I'm going to say, okay? Meanwhile, down goes CARV. It's just a symbol list that it's the list that I create when I create my watch list every evening. I put the symbols into that one called SPAC Crazy, okay? It's just a name. I mean, I could have named it ABC. I just gave it a name because last week the SPACs were going crazy. One moment, please. All right, guys, I have to leave you for a minute here. Yep. Trim Trader, yep. Here it is, average true range, okay? And today's range. So we do have, just type in range and you'll see the average true range, today's range, average true range, okay, either in dollars, percent. I have to leave you guys for about 5 minutes, okay? All right, sorry about that, guys. You're going to hear a little noise in the background again. Markets are closed Friday. So a voice alert on, if you right click on an alert window and click on properties, actions, you just check play sound, set up the sound. You can go text to speech, maybe for one of the windows. Because remember, the whole idea of putting a sound alert is to have a different sound alert for each window so that you know when you hear a sound alert, you know exactly which window to look at. So afterwards, then, so you can have one of them text to speech, and then otherwise use custom sound, check on that, select the sound, and then here are 3 folders. Each folder has some sound alerts in them. You can click on one of them, open it, you can play it. If you like it, you say okay a couple of times, and then it'll get attached to that window. Okay? So Tim Trader, also, just to let you know, you see in my single stock window here, there's the average true range, as an example for Carver, $3.48. Today, it's at 220% of that. So you can do things like that. So there's the average true range percent. So this is obviously, if you take the high and the low, and multiply 348 times 2.2, that'll get you how far the range has been today.
Next 2 months of freedom. Yeah. I booked a week off in August, and then I booked a week off in December. So I kind of just spread out a bit.
Well, you can do it at any time you want. That's the range. You can do it at the end of the day if you want.
August long weekend off, and then I took an extra day off because it was a holiday, so I get paid for that. So that's just a random day off. And then I just took the week before Christmas off.
All right, guys, what time is it now? 11:42. So I'll be taking my break pretty soon, about 10 minutes, a little over 10 minutes.
Dining room, we have a little cabinet that goes just below the mirror. Yeah. But I don't know where the cat tree goes.
So you could do something like this, Tim. You could trim. You could take create a top list, and then write it like they're literally 359. Or yeah, you could start it at 3 p.m. if you wanted to.
Oh, right, yeah. Yes, I know, we were worried.
Have you used our time filter?
Really, you guys have to, though. I don't understand this. For the tree? The cat tree? No, so they made a living room, but they also made a sitting room. Oh. Why didn't you just make it one room? Oh, yeah, I see. But I still don't know where this cat tree is.
So time of day, you could use this and okay, so you know what to do. So you could, so add the correct number of minutes so that you only see that filter or that alert window, if you will, or a top list window starting at 3 p.m. Well, there's the break again for WKHS, but it's still, This has not been easy. This has not been what I would call. I mean, yes, I suppose you could say the trend is up for sure. It's up, but you know, it can be very, very whippy. 1926 down to 1862. I mean, these are big ranges on 5-minute candles. I don't know if a topless will be better. You know, you'll have to see yourself. I can't tell you. I mean, obviously, an alert window, you'll need a trigger like a new high or something. But I mean, the topless window at the end will show you the ones with the biggest ranges, I suppose, and the biggest percent ranges, without worrying about whether the stock is making a new high or a low or having to have an actual trigger. But that's something only. I mean, I don't use it, so you'll have to make that determination. Yeah, so if you want no trigger, then your best thing is to create a top list window and also or top list, and then you can and obviously have those columns so you can see the biggest. You know, if you wanted to see the one with the biggest percent range, you know, just sort on that column, as an example. Yeah. So Nicholas, can you see my screen and hear me? So Nicholas, I asked a question. Can you hear me and see my screen? I'll demonstrate how to create a watch list. Okay, so I'm assuming you have the app. Okay, so if you click on Tools, boy, look at WKHS. I just wish it was a little easier. Okay, so click on Tools, and then Option and Symbol Lists. Okay, and Create New. And we'll call it Nicholas. Okay, now if you've never done one before, you'll see it immediately. It's at the bottom here. So I just click on it, left click on it. Now I edit the list. Now here's where I can start to add symbols. Okay, I add symbols in here. And this is where I would go when I want to delete symbols or edit the list. I would go back and then edit the list. But this is how, so I'll add a couple of symbols. No commas, just a straight, I just added Macy's and Microsoft, okay? I say okay. Now you'll notice it says Nicholas 2. There are 2 symbols.
Maybe they just were, I don't know, foreign, I don't know.
Now at this point, you've created the symbol list, the watch list. Now you have to create an alert window or a top list window on how you want to monitor it. You know, within that top list or within that symbol list, do you want to see the symbols when they make a new high, or but you have to create the alert window or the top list window. Once you've done that, well, that's what I'm doing, stock picks. That's exactly. No, the AI does not work that way. The AI has its own symbols that it looks at. Okay, you cannot input stocks into the AI. So once you create an alert window or a top list window, then you right click, configure, symbol lists. See where it says only the following list. Now, almost for sure, you will see the symbol list in this column. You see it's right there. If you create it the way I did, you see Nicholas is right there. I just check it and say okay. Only the following list is a drop down. Make sure that it says only the following list. Check it. Okay. So at that point, then the alert window that I created will have that symbol list called Nicholas attached to it. And then it can monitor it within this alert window. You can, of course, attach that symbol list to as many alert windows, top list windows as you want. Okay? Okay, great. And then I'm just going to delete you. Okay, Aman, all you have to do is load it. It's here. Okay, scans. And one of them is called Spider Sector List right there. Okay, you just have to load it. Okay, guys, I just have to see who is taking over the YouTube feed.
Is there a piece that goes
Yeah, there's a cabinet, like
right here?
kind of cabinet kind of thing.
Right there?
Yeah.
So regarding that symbol list, I mean, that's why I have a symbol list attached to here. Okay, these are the alerts that have been. My symbol list has got. I'm looking at it right now. My watch top list window with the symbol list, and it has about 30 symbols in it. These are the ones that have triggered from it because they met the filter requirements. Nothing on the short side. Interesting. You know, Carve would, it would have to take out the low of yesterday, which it probably won't. Same with BYFC, would have to take out the low of yesterday to trigger here. So all these high-flying ones, all these financial institutions that were just flying in the pre-market have really, really given it up.
Not sure what region, but I just know it goes there.
All right, guys, I'm just kind of cycling through a few of these to see whether or not there's been any big movement from the original alert. So you see the lack almost stopped me out automatically. This is in the simulator. It got within a penny. You can see right there for 496. I guess it just got down to 497 before it turned around. This is in the simulator. This is now on a mission. WKHS now on a real mission here.
Oh wait, oh, you said the taller one? Oh no, it was on the side, never mind. I was thinking something else.
You know, even BE looks like it might be trying to base here. There's a nice big bottom. Wow, got all the way down below 10 though. That's a big bottoming tail for BE. Yeah, it's minor, but I'm just going to get rid of that, okay? Minor profanity. We have some sensitive souls in here sometimes, so. So look what Pola did. He got up to that 3, stalled, still really didn't take this area, I'm sorry, this out right there. I mean, you can see it didn't take it out with any enthusiasm. And that's where it stalled. And the YouTube feed will be taken over by Steve Gomez in about less than 5 minutes. I'll be taking my break. I'll just put the announcement here. I'll be here until Steve takes over in the YouTube feed.
But where did the taller one go? Oh, okay.
Yeah, a little disappointed in the Atra, I have to admit. I thought maybe once it did all this, it could continue. I had a little scalp in it, but I was really, really trying to hold on for more. So, yeah, I do see the Swiss Smith and Wesson SWBI.
Yeah, it's not a section.
Yeah, there's juicy that goes there.
Well, this looks like 20 is maybe in the bag. I'm not saying it's going to be 100%, but yeah, this is consolidating a little bit.
French picture from the sausage trying cabinet. Where?
Okay, guys, I am off the YouTube feed in
All right. Hey, looks like I'm rolling over here. I think. Yeah, okay, good. I see my screen. Let me know if some of you all hear me out there. Should be good to go. My name's Steve. I'm taking over for Barry here for the lunch hour. Yeah, better give this a thumbs up there on the screen. All right. All right, Mike C. Good to know you can hear me. Thank you. So I'll just sit here and tap dance on my screen for an hour. It always helps to have my drawing pen. I mentioned yesterday on social media, silver is getting ready to do good things. And today it's already getting started. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Mike. So here's a fresh set of eyes and a voice for you guys. Somebody different than Barry. If anybody has any questions about the software, or if you want me to just look at charts, we can do that. But like I said, I'll be just tap dancing here for an hour. But the idea is we send people here that maybe just signed up and they're looking for a visual explanation of something. I can certainly do that as well. Or I can just sit here and draw. This is what I was seeing in silver yesterday afternoon. You gotta love that. That's a definitive break from a zone there. We'll talk some more about the gold miners and how they're doing here in my afternoon webinar today. That's the actual trade of the week, but boy, it gave us a little nasty pullback yesterday. All right, Amy's got a question. Brand new, signed up for a one-on-one tomorrow. Anything would be helpful at this point. Okay, so good that you signed up for a one-on-one, Amy. You're basically going to kind of really shorten your learning curve by spending the $99 and getting some private one-on-one time. I'm guessing that's with Andy probably. And he'll share the screen with you, or he'll share your screen, and he can actually help really get you set up. So what I would do between now and then is probably just figure out what you want to get out of that 1 hour. Figure out why you came to Trade Ideas, what your time frame is. Are you looking to be a scalper, or are you looking to take stuff home overnight? And let Andy know, what your intentions are in terms of methods and time frames, and he'll really kind of point you in the right direction. Maybe make a small list of ideas or questions you have. You can knock those out as well. So yeah, he'll take care of you. Sharing the screen is a big help. He can really get your layout going and set up. So by the time you leave an hour later, you have a couple scans that you're comfortable using and understanding why they're there. And it's a good investment. I mean, unfortunately, we used to be able to do these included one-on-ones when somebody signed up, but we just can't do that anymore. The growth has been exponential, especially in the last couple months. If you haven't noticed, there's a lot of attention coming to Robinhood and Dave Portnoy, Barstool Sports, Davey Day Trader. There's no gambling out there on sports, so they've migrated over to trading, and they've discovered how fun trading can be if you can figure it out. It's hard to figure out, but if you can, Trade Ideas is certainly one of the top tools. I've been using it since day one. Literally, I'm user number 3 since 2003. So it's a great tool to filter out the noise and only see what you want to see and make it work for you. And it doesn't matter if you're going to swing trade stuff and take it home, or if you're going to be an animal and jump in and jump out with quick buys and sells. Where does the trade of you might have heard me say a minute ago, trade of the week. That is a single trade. It's a swing trading idea, and it comes out to your mailbox on Monday morning. Let me see if I can find that link here real quick, and I will grab that. Hang on one second. I might have that link. I think I need to actually create that link. Hang on one second. I've got another one. So it only comes out once a week, and then the idea comes out Monday morning, and then I will talk about the idea and how it's evolved after Monday, Tuesday, which would be this afternoon. There it is. That's my little shortcut link page. Let me grab the trade of the week, and I'll drop that in the chat for you. So this would ensure that you get on the mailing list and that you do, in fact, get the idea sent to your mailbox. I'll put that out there for everybody. Paste. So it was a sporting warehouse, Sportsman's Warehouse. The market sold off a little bit crazy last week, but this thing was moving to new highs. People that follow me, Mike knows very well that I'm a religious believer in this 10 simple moving average, 10-day moving average. It just kind of holds the price up when things are looking good, and when they're not looking good, that moving average breaks down and the price falls below that moving average line. So it triggered yesterday morning right on the open. It was above Friday's high in green, and then immediately pulled back, as you can see here, and has found its strength again, and now moving through the price and moving up again. So that was this week's. It's very early. There's a lot going on right here. It's a nice little compression, a nice little consolidation being supported again by the 10 period. So this trade needs to evolve. It needs to marinate probably a couple days. Maybe if it really starts cooking, then you can start thinking about taking half off. I will talk today, of course. Last week was the gold mining GDX. That is an ETF for all the miners together, Newmont being a principal one, but GDX will encompass all of them. And we talked about last week this little gap up right here and how to possibly play that. And for the most part, that gap was never filled. It was attempted to, but lo and behold, the 10-day moving average popped that price right back up into play. And today, we broke through some nice resistance. So I was a bit of a seller up here earlier in the GDX in my other account. And that's how I like to do it. Take profits when things are moving in your direction, kind of like a surfer. Jump in, make a couple turns, fly off the back of the wave, and paddle out and look for the next one. If you stick around, sometimes you can get a nice 2 or 3 day move, but if you stick around more than 4 or 5 days, you might get a nasty pullback, and a good move gets watered down pretty quickly. So it's not a specific channel. No, Amy, it's delivered via email. It's actually from me, myself on a Saturday. I figure it out which one I like, and then I just go about my day and I think about ideas. And then Sunday, I get up and I write it. I send it in, and they email it out Monday morning. And so it's a weekend idea by myself, but the point is I'm using trade ideas as much as I can to curate the idea, whether it's a sector or whether it's one of my other scans. I will try to point towards the scan each week and talk about why. So yeah, if you hit that link, Amy, you'll get next week's, but also if you want to come to today's webinar, that link I do have. I'll pop that in here as well. Trade of the Week webinar. There it is. Let me grab that link. Shamelessly promoting my show. And that'll be at 2 o'clock today. Sorry, 5 o'clock Eastern. We'll talk in Eastern time. I'm in the California time. And, on the Tuesday webinars that I do, I try to talk as much trading, stuff as I can. So we're going to go back and revisit the GDX trade. We're going to talk about the SPW trade. I'm going to go through all the sectors and see which one of the sectors look ready for a good Wednesday. But we'll see how the day closes today. And then I'll sometimes set price alerts, which is kind of cool because a price alert is something this is empty at the moment. I've got it ready for the webinar, but I'll go through a lot of these scans, and if I see something I like, I might right click and create a price alert. And by the time the webinar is over, I might have 7 or 8 or maybe even 10 of these ideas. And then I can copy the cloud link and share it. And what that does is if you guys receive the cloud link and open it, your price alerts will all of a sudden have the same triggers that mine did from the webinar. So that can kind of create some value. And Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, if these things go off and trigger, we're all seeing them at the same time. And so that's kind of the idea of the Tuesday night webinars. We'll get more in depth on some of that stuff. I don't know what it's going to be. I don't know what the trades are going to be when we set them up for alerts later. We'll see how the day closes up. I missed your question there, Mike. Yep. Regular schedule today. Jamie couldn't make it yesterday. He had to be pulled away. So there's certainly things to talk about this afternoon. All right. So, Mike C., your review the daily candlestick patterns for bullish breakouts. Is that a scan that you're talking about, or are you just talking about in general? That's cool. I see we started the started the room a bit lower and people are coming in. That's nice. At least people are aware of the afternoon time frame. Make it worth your while. Don't be shy if you guys have a question about the software, or again, if you want to look at some charts, I'd be happy to look at charts. It's always nice though when you ask me to look at a chart. Let me know if you're long or thinking about getting long or short or what have you. Yeah, Ramesh, this is the support session today, so we're about 10 minutes into it. I can certainly help. I got you, Mike. So yeah, I'll be doing that, Mike, during the webinar. I'll be bobbing through a lot of charts, stopping on the ones I like. We'll see how it goes. We got 4 hours to go still. Sure, that's a great question. The bottom line says, can you explain the flip button? It's in the configuration. Sure, let me give you an example. So this one is looking for stocks that gapped up and is pulling back into their 10 period moving average on a 15-minute chart. So these arrows are pretty much going to show up, okay, the moment in time in which this scan comes out. We have a stock that gapped up, but we also have a stock that pulled back and made a new 5-minute low. That's what these are looking for here, 5-minute lows. And the 5-minute low will only alert me when it hits that 10 period moving average line, roughly speaking. So the question is, what does the flip button do? Well, now we know what it's supposed to do. What if we wanted to invert this and create a bearish scan for stocks that gapped down but made a new 5-minute high into the moving average, etc.? Just the exact inverse of this bullish strategy. What would the bearish strategy look like? So that flip button allows us to do it. So we'll take and we will do a duplicate so I don't lose those, and we'll just make this our working alert. And now we can say, rather than reconfigure each one of these and perform brain surgery of inversions, let's just go flip and OK, and it's that easy. Now we have stocks that I'm guessing have gapped down there and then pushing up into a moving average. So the exact opposite is occurring just by the simple flip button. Great example. There's our gap down and our push up into the moving average. Even though it bled through, we still got alerted when we wanted to be alerted. So hopefully that answered your question. Bottom line. Okay, yeah, if you have a question for me, Ramesh, go for it. Yeah. Here's how it kind of works. So Sean shows up on Mondays. I'll show up on Tuesday noon. Tomorrow should be Michael. He's the auto trading guru, and he writes a lot of these AI strategies too. So you can pick his brain on that. Thursday we get Jamie, another longtime user, and then Friday Andy, whom I've known since we met on a trading floor in 1998, and we're pretty darn good friends now. He's also an early user of Trade Ideas. You know, there was a time back in the day when we'd get up and drive to a floor and have coffee and shoot the shit, and then the bell would ring. We'd all sit down, and God forbid if ever Trade Ideas went down, and it happened occasionally, we literally would just have a glazed look on our face and get up and say, "Who wants to go have breakfast?" Until they, because you get so accustomed to using something that is your eyes and ears for what's happening in real time out there that when it goes down, there's no point in even trying. At least that's the way it was when we were actively trading. Being a swing trader now, it's a benefit, a luxury to slow things down and not really quite feel like that. I mean, don't get me wrong, I still need Trade Ideas 24/7, but slowing things down as a swing trader has its benefits. All right, I think we're caught up on questions. If anybody was sent here by our support staff, by all means, let me know if you need help with something or something demonstrated or look at a chart. Okay, question. Can I get access Trade Ideas on holidays? Yes. Past performance of a particular stock. Okay, so let's think about that. You asked about a particular stock. So our scans are more like real-time scan as opposed to putting a stock into something and then say, analyze it for me, just so you know. But let's say the weekend's coming up here and you want to see the scan that I just showed you, the stocks that gap up and pull back. Well, maybe you want to see a history, so you could go back and say, well, I'd like to see maybe the last 2 weeks of that. So all the way till now, and then we'll go back 14 days. We'll click OK, and you could be doing this on a Sunday. There they go. They're just starting to populate now. And you'll see the dates in there. We can even open up the dates a little bit if you need to get clarification. But, now we're on the 29th, 26th, going back, and then you'll start to see arrows. And when you click into the symbol, you'll see an arrow on the chart, which will give you a nice indication. Look, there it is. There's our pullback to the moving average. It was later in the day, but nonetheless, this is what these things were doing. And as I go back later, I might even have to pull back a little bit or zoom out a little bit earlier. So yes, you can get access on holidays and weekends. You can run histories. Let me show you something else you can do. You can run back testing. You could say, well, what if I wanted to, start buying this 20 minutes after the open and maybe stop around lunchtime, and maybe I wanted to hold for today plus the day after tomorrow, and risk these parameters and simulate buy. This is another thing that you can do on the weekend. Now, you're not going to get specific stocks. Well, let me rephrase that. Let me show you something in a second, because there is kind of an input-output thing here that's showing me that didn't really work that well, and that's okay. It's good to know. There is a way in which we could say, all right, if I had, let me see if I can load something from cloud that would make sense here. Turbo Up Family. Let's just do that. Let's see where I'm going with this. Okay, and there's a couple of different ways we can do this. Okay, see, these are different market caps. I don't want that. I want something different. There, I want this one, the alert family. There we go, the A window. I'm going to show you about the closest we can get to a single stock input-output, because I didn't mean to say it was not possible. This is a scan that's going to be showing me things making new highs, and everything I click is going to be making a new high in this second, which is great. But what if I only wanted to symbol list, a single symbol? What if I'm a Tesla player? So I've just turned the scan into only Tesla. There's probably nothing on there today, but I don't know. Has Tesla ever been on this thing before? I just clicked history all. History all will go back. It still says loading. At some point, if Tesla showed up on here, it will show me the date and time. So that's really the only thing we can do to get close to a single stock. I'm going to close this now. Other than the single stock window. The single stock window doesn't tell us anything other than data points. I could type in Tesla this way, and so, there it is on new highs. It should be showing up in there. What a beautiful chart. All the data points I want to see. They've got 8 billion in cash. The short float is 10%, getting destroyed. Market cap's 187 billion. What's the average daily volume on this? 14 million, easy. I can look up here every single day and see what's the relative volume. Today it's doing pretty good, 7.7 times, rephrase that, doing 1.78 relative volume, which means it's doing almost double relative. That'd be 2.0, so great relative volume. So the single stock window just gives us anything that we want to know about that stock happening in real time. It's not going to predict anything for us. It's not going to alert anything to us. It's just going to tell us what we want. And of course, those are all configurable in the configuration menu. So anything you see in this giant list can become a data point column field there. Boy, the semis are having just an incredibly good day. And a beautiful example of, I wish I could show you this here. I noticed Xilinx came out earlier as what we call the AI, called it a pullback long, meaning it pulled back. Hey, look what it pulled back to. My favorite moving average, the 10 SMA. So me and the AI are kind of on the same page here with this trade. I'm not in it, but when it came out, I thought it was a decent little intraday movement. But look at how it, funny enough, marries right up with the semiconductor index. Same thing, push sideways and then a nice inflection point and push higher. So for those of you who have been following my midday webinars and afternoon webinars, this is the kind of stuff I love. Stuff that is doing good volume, but you didn't feel like chasing it in the morning, but you just might get a secondary entry earlier in the day, before lunchtime usually, or around lunchtime, preferably before. Right there, that's an opportunity to say, hey, I'm going to take this, and if I'm wrong, I'm just going to get out. And I'll just get out for a small loss. So anyway, that was just a thought I had in noticing the semiconductors doing well, and at the same time, the AI called out Xilinx, which is a semiconductor. Hey, look at that. It also called out Intel. Missed that one. And that was a sunrise mover. That means it was called early. And now it's just kind of bleeding. Another question, is it possible to check top gainers or losers of a certain price range? Yeah, let's go ahead and be more specific. Well, I think you're trying to be specific, but I can gladly walk you through it. So $5 to $20, and you want to see on the holiday the top gainers. Okay, so let's do this. You're going to want to do what's called a top list, not an alert, because we're not doing highs and lows. A top list is a T window like this one. It's just sorting ideas for me, and it refreshes every 30 seconds. And depending on how I sort it and colorize it, it's focused on the short float. So the darker colored ones, these are the high short floats towards the top, meaning I can maybe get a short squeeze. iRobot's just been squeezing, and boy, it looks good again. That's the kind of thing you'd come in here and you'd set a price alert just like that. Maybe adjust it a few ticks to above today's high and say, I want to be aware of iRobot if it breaks through this line again. Why? Because the shorts are getting absolutely murdered, and they're probably going to continue to do so. The short squeeze is on. Carvana. I mean, let's just think about this. This is kind of funny, guys. We're in a new economy now, right? People are You're either scared or you're not scared. But the businesses are retooling. As I said earlier, Trade Ideas is having a pretty good quarter because there's a lot of attention coming to trading. So we're certainly happy about that. Is Molly Maids doing a good job going into people's houses and cleaning them? No. No, they're done probably. But iRobot, that's a good solution. What was once a big shorted stock has been just unwinding. What about Carvana? Are people going to car lots and testing cars and jumping in them? No, but they're buying cars online. So this is a very interesting scan, and I will give it out because it's kind of showing us the winners of the COVID scare. And when you have a short float that's as high as some of these are at the top, these are names you don't want to lose track of here near the top, in my book, as a swing trader. Doesn't mean buy them just because they're on there. It means keep an eye on them and do what I did. Say, that's a pretty definitive level right there. 2 days in a row, or 2 days it's been stopped at this level, 85.42. I want to know when it goes above it. I might even buy this one on my own account. Where were we? We had a question. Yes, we're going to build a top list for the weekend. So new top list. First things first is the price levels are minimum 5 to 20. Let's put some average volume in there. Let's put 500,000 shares average daily volume in there. And then the second part of your question was top gainers of certain price. Okay, so there's our price range. Top gainers. Let me ask you this. Let's qualify this question here because it's good to qualify it. Do you only want the top gainers on Friday, or do you want the top gainers over the last 5 days, last 10 days? Because if we do change, oops, we can do 2-minute change, 30-minute from the close, 5 days, 10 days. I'm thinking you might want change in 5 days. So let's do that. I'm just going to make an executive decision here. You can obviously come back and do it any way you want, but let's do percent change in 5 days. Let's add that filter. And let's say, I guess we got to put a minimum threshold in here. Show me all the stocks that were up at least 15% over the last 5 days that do average volume that we had. Here we go. Between 500,000 shares, between 5 and 20. Change in the last 15 days has to be at least, okay, you want to do last Friday? Okay, so then we would do, I'm glad you qualified that. Let's go back to our change and notice it's called previous day. So you're just going to use previous day. Change previous day. Yep, add that filter. And that's only a 1-day change, so let's see maybe all the stocks that did 10% minimum that day. So let's go ahead and grab. Okay. Here's your list. You've got not too many. That's good. You can sort. Let's sort by. Let's make sure that we've got the right column in there as well, because we want to see that column change from the previous day. Getting the old please wait here. Let's try that again. Getting a little hiccup in the. There we go. Column. Change from the previous day should be in here. There it is, but it's not a column yet. Now it is. Now we can key off of that. Let's slide that over. And there we go. Double click. And let me show you one more thing here. You know, this one was up 49% on that day. This one was up 46%. But this is kind of, I don't like the coloring. Let me show you something cool here. Let's go to properties, select colors, and we're going to key it off, not change from the close, but change from the prior day, previous day. Change from the previous day in percent. We have that filter. There we go. And let's go ahead and remember we made some minimums 10 is going to be our minimum, and then we'll go 15, add 20, add 25, add, and then everything above 30, add, and then we'll use that. Perfect. I use that color palette. So now check it out. We've got something that's color coded, showing you the good stuff up top. So what I'll do, anybody that wants this, I can share it with you right there. Big movers previous day. And if you want to name it that, I'll show you how to do that. You would just come into configure, and in the summary tab you can give it whatever title you want right there and change it for your own. All right, so that's how you would do that, and you can manage that on the weekends. That will show up for you on the weekends. That one's for you, Ramesh. Downtime. Did you say SPWH was trade of the week? Yes, for this week. It triggered yesterday, and it's just been kind of wallowing around. I'm frozen again here for a second. This happens sometimes when I broadcast. Just got to let it work itself out. There we go. There it is. It basically triggered, I'll draw the line. Triggered there on the open yesterday. Came back, gave us a little bit of a trouble, but nonetheless a higher low, digging in, kind of a cup and handle there over 7 days on the 15-minute charts. Very much cup and handle now that you look at it. That's some good content for this afternoon. You got to trust those kind of things. That's a good looking chart. Nobody likes a pullback, but you know, sometimes you can't go through those lines like butter and then just accelerate. The algorithms like to grab the price, hold it, shake it, pull it back, grab the battering ram, get a better grip, and then push through. And wouldn't you know it, it's following my favorite moving average today. Another beautiful example right there of kind of testing that midday moving average. And so for the most part, it's on the right side of things right now. All right, looks like the room is growing some more. That's good. Nobody's given me a chart to look at. I'm sure somebody's long a chart or they're wondering about something. I don't mind looking at it. I wonder if this silver stock will have a secondary push into the close as this moving average comes up to meet it. All right, somebody's asking me about NK. Well, story of two tapes here. Really nice digging in on the 10-day moving average. And a nice buy down here. If you were somebody who was wanting to not chase this buy up here and saying, I'm not going to chase that, I'm going to wait for it to set up again on the moving average, then you were correct. But what's happening right now? We tried to push through. And this is the moment right here. We kind of lost the momentum today. So we could be, you know, I call it a day and a half. Sometimes you get a day and a half of movement and then the price has to reset. So, and again, it does kind of help to know if you're currently in it or if you're underwater or if you're looking to take profits or what. But I think in this one, the perfect setup would have been to wait for the daily chart to set up on that moving average like a trampoline, pick it up and buy it. And then if you're not selling it, you know, when they're buying it as it's breaking out, you know, that level right there kind of breaks out above there. You almost want to be a seller and make sure that, you know, if you're a position down here when the crowd was running to you and you got the right movement, you know, you've got to stay one step ahead of the crowd. So as it pushes ahead, sometimes when it breaks above resistance, that's when the algorithms jump back in, and that's exactly what they did here. And now they've broken the midday momentum as well. So that's why I like to be a seller when they're buying and be a buyer when they're selling. All right, got some charts coming in. JFU for Jim. Very nice bar reversal. Obviously a funky looking chart. Story stock for sure. The chart coming into today, I wouldn't give it 2 cents. But something's obviously happened, and now we have an oversold bounce. So I don't know where you're in. You've got a lot of space at the moment between this rising. This is what I'm going to key off of right here. You know, what will the price do if it comes back to meet that line? Ideally, it needs to keep going, but that's not a bad look right there. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 day bar reversal. Probably going to get an oversold bounce. but I would key off of that intraday moving average. WKHS for Lorenzo. WKHS. Same thing. It's tired. I would hope that you were in it and that you were a seller earlier today, but right now it's still early. What I mean early is that we're getting our very first candle here that's starting to break the intraday momentum. I think if you've been sitting on a profit and you're wondering where to take profits, the intraday momentum is probably breaking down right here. And when you look left, it makes all the sense in the world to see all that possibility for momentum. Big parabolic move, and there's a ton of space between the daily moving average and where we currently are. So I'd be very cautious. This could be very, that could be a vacuum in there. Definitely don't buy it up here. VXRT comeback. It kind of bounced. I'm not going to say it bounced in no man's land because it did significantly bounce. It did bounce at a significant point, being the gap fill. I would have loved it more if the gap fill and the moving average were both combined for the same thing. I would have trusted it more. VXRT comeback, if that means come back to the moving average or come back and go higher. It's kind of in no man's land, but it did have a reason to grab that spot on the open and kind of bounce there. This thing could just shuffle back and forth for a little while. I don't know. Unless you were really on top of it and you were buying that gap, I wouldn't. I'd be scared to buy it here. Okay, you were long at 148 on NK, or you are long at 148. 148. Wow. Doing just fine. So I'll tell you what, if you got long-term plans and you understand what this company's trying to do and you want to stick with it, then this doesn't really matter in the moment that it's breaking down midday. If you want to be a long-term player, this line just needs to keep holding. So we could have a day or two of sideways or even a test. There could be more meat on that bone. Who knows? And if that's your price, that's a good price. Unless you typoed it, 1148. All right, I think we're caught up on some questions here. That's good. I'm not talking into my mute. That's good. Okay, good question for all. From Ramesh, how to set the voice alert on a support during intraday move? Well, the first thing you'd have to do is create the alert to come back to support. I mean, a couple of ideas here. Alert window, how I would do it. Use a new 5-minute low because it's pulling back to support during intraday. Yeah, so 5-minute low. Here we go. That would be your event. And then, define support. Okay, so if you just want to set, okay, this is a much easier question. So Ramesh, we all know that if I'm looking for a possible pullback in the example here in NK, I'm going to eyeball it. I'm going to call it 1050. Okay, right click, create price alert, right click in the chart, notes, scribble your notes, save. That blue line is now active. So let's say tomorrow, or even later today for that matter, it pulls back to that line. How can I get a voice alert? And I have mine set up to do the same thing because that's what I want. It doesn't serve me any purpose to just pop up in my screen. I could be across the room. I think I closed my price alerts because they were empty. I could be across the room and not hear it. That doesn't serve me well. There we go. Let's go ahead and clear these out. So let's just pop that right up there, and it'll give us a voice alert, hopefully. How do I do it? Right click. And whenever you see the word actions, this is the menu you want for Audible. We can use actions in the AI Holly. We can use actions in these price alerts. We can also use actions in an A window because there's an event that triggers and we can hear the Audible alert. We cannot use actions in a T window because that would drive us crazy every 30 seconds. So essentially what I've done is right-clicked, gone to actions, and then you just play the sound setup, and I go text to speech, and leave it at that. I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to minimize that. Maybe we'll get a text to speech here in NK in just a second. So that's the way you would do that. And that's a great question. That's the way you want to do it. You want to make sure you get alerted visually and audibly once you have defined a level that you don't want to miss. So you would do your example on MPLX at 1662, just right click in the chart, set that, and then right click and go to actions. And you'll be all good to go there, Ramesh. ODP did a reverse split. ODP. Sometimes these reverse splits need to be called out. I don't know if it's being reflected on the chart. It might need to be manually adjusted, or if you're not seeing ODP the way you expect to see it or the way maybe other data providers are showing it, please send us an email at info@trade-ideas.com, and we may have to go into the server and reset it. Otherwise, it might come in tomorrow's batch data. I skipped one from Trey. What moving averages do you have in your daily? Good question. I have, let's do something a bit less junky. I've got the 10 period, which is my go-to on the 15-minute chart, and the daily. Oh, look at that. We're pulling back to the 15 and the intraday. The red line is the 20, which is also Sportsman's Warehouse's stop. There it is. Did you hear it say NK? And it popped up. Not going to miss it. Here we go. Back to Q's. I'm sorry, no, back to Sportsman's Warehouse. The trade of the week is actually going to use the red line as a, it's so close to the 10-day, I don't want to get shaken out too quick. So any close below, look how it tried to close below the 20, and it couldn't do it. It held on. That would have not been successful. So if we get a closing price below the 20, we're out of that one. So I got the 10 period, I've got the 20 period, the 50 period in blue, which is just kind of a major indicator, is the price above or below the 50. If it's below the 50, it's probably in a downtrend. If it's above the 50, it's probably in an uptrend. And then the 200. The 200 has been very interesting when we go back and look at the SPY. Flattening 200, which came into play a few times. Here, support, support, support. Couldn't close below it. Support, support. Closed below it. Now we're back above it. So we've been testing this flat 200 for a long time, and that's one of the reasons I'll keep a 200 in there, just for the bigger picture. Now I also have a blank daily in which I can come in here and grab this anchor for anchored VWAP. We can anchor off the low, and we are well above the VWAP of the low, the VWAP of the low. Brian Shannon showed me the other day that X was trying to test its VWAP from its respective low. Let's go back and see about that. Yeah, it's breaking through it. So I keep a blank chart over there when I decide to do anchored VWAPs. But I've been really pounding the table on gold miners. That was our trade of the week last week, the GDX breaking out of that nice flag, and now just really resolving itself higher. I think it's probably got at least another day or two in it. What was the entry price? Yeah, the entry price was was above Friday's high, so I drew the orange line there. Um, there's Friday's high, the little green tick. We kind of opened up right here. We'll call it, actually we're going to call it 1410, roughly 1410. I mean, if you're not in it, it pulls back here to the breakout point 1410 and that moving average. I mean, no harm, no foul. You could take an entry there if you wanted, but the bigger picture remains intact there. Big volume bar on Friday, and again, relatively strong on Friday when the market was selling off. And the downside, the out, would be a closing price below this candle down here. We don't want to see it close below the 20-day simple moving average in red. That's going to be our out. Hopefully it doesn't get to that, because as you can see, it keeps testing the 10 period and passing the test each time it does. So we'll give it a little bit of slop, but we don't want to see it close below that 20 period. All right, I think we're all caught up there. A lot of these long charts are starting to break down a little bit midday through that moving average. Yep, not pause. We just talked about that a minute ago. Sideways action. Could have a strong close over there. Let's look at the GDX instead of Nugget. Beautiful. Got ahead of itself, pulled back. Where did it pick up strength again? The rising 10 period moving average. This is where the cues need to hold. If they start to bleed and close back down, we might just have a ho-hum day here in the NASDAQ. Yeah, there's nothing in the jam down by today. Sometimes that happens. That's a scan that looks for things that yesterday looks for things that were in a decent uptrend and then pulled back. Pay attention to the arrow. Jeez, look at that. Look at that. I mean, I don't know how much better you can get than that. My God. I'll give this to you guys. It's in history mode. You'll have to take it out yourself. Take it out of history mode, but I can't get them all, but this thing does have some good ones when they work. When they don't work, it can be a slow, easy out. You don't have to rush and make a decision. They just kind of grind you out. But that was a really nice entry on that arrow right there yesterday. Not much pain in that arrow either. Pushed higher today. Another really nice one. What was that at 37.69? It's roughly right there. Yesterday. So the idea is you see on the daily chart here, nice daily chart, and then woof, big nasty push down into the 10-day moving average, and that's when I get my alert. It's a contrarian moment. While people are panicking, I'm interested, perhaps. I think those were the only ones that came. Oh, Zoom Media came through yesterday. Who didn't want an opportunity to buy Zoom Media again? A little bit of pain towards the end of the day, but closed strong and then following through today. Saw that one already. Again, these were all yesterday. There's a beautiful textbook example. Probably doesn't get prettier than that. Sideways action on an uptrending chart. The morning rush, which is the typical time of day for the stop hunting algorithms, gets the weak hands out. But this scan will alert us to the fact that the weak hands are getting scared on a good-looking chart. And it doesn't take long sometimes before the reversal occurs. Right at the 10-day moving average, there was virtually no pain in that one. Beeson hasn't done a whole lot since then. Another nice one on this one too. Yeah, pretty good looking history in those. Nothing today. Oh, did we just get one? We did. We just got one while we were speaking. That might resolve itself nicely. Nice sideways move. It doesn't look good at the moment, but this thing might resolve itself and push higher. I'll keep an eye on that one. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to keep my price alerts blank. All right, somebody's OPTN chart. Well, that's a beautiful example of the daily chart breaking out. And I talked about this in my last webinar. If you miss the gap up and you're afraid to chase, you should be, because chasing gaps can hurt if you're wrong, especially if you bought right here on the open. You had an immediate downdraft. But if you're patient and you watch and you wait, this was a much safer entry right there. The sideways action meeting the rising 10 period. This is the kind of stuff, if you're a new trader, I would start imprinting on immediately. These are the areas of interest right here. Look left. Our daily chart is beautiful. Obviously news, no earnings, something's happened. Doing 13 times relative volume. You should be afraid to play that opening candle. You don't know what's going to happen, but as the day wears on, you have a much better probability of entry right there in that box. Actually, draw a smaller box. There's your box right there. That's what you're looking for. It's a good looking chart. I like it. And it's behaving exactly as you would want it to. The first part wasn't exciting, but hey, it gave you a little bit of a scare, but for the most part, it found its legs again. And if anything, that really frustrated the sellers. All right, about 5 or 7 more minutes to go here for me before Barry comes back. Make sure we don't miss anything. Oh, I have missed a few things. Is there a video with good overview of how to use the TI for someone new to TI? Yes, I do. I have a good overview video. Let me grab that short link here. It's called Getting Started. It's just Andy and I kind of talking about what do you do when you first open up the software and you don't see much. Where do you go from there? I can help you with that. Called Getting Started video. There you go, Bob. Is there an alert that you can get, that you can set for coming back to the 10? Yes, there is. I'm trying to think if I already have one set. Well, that's basically what the jam down is, but on a 15-minute chart is the difference. I think I had something. Let me just see here. Something recently too. The one that I jammed down, the one that I called parkour is kind of like that, but it requires, I'll just show you that. Okay, so real time. This one requires a gap. What you're asking about doesn't require a gap, but the way you would configure to see what you're wanting to see is the first thing is you need the alert called the 5-minute low. So every new 5 minutes we can have a new low. It's very different than a low on the day. A new 5-minute low will show us good levels of intraday pullbacks that aren't a low on the day. So that's your event. You also might want to have something like this, change from the close 1%, to guarantee these stocks are up on the day. You don't need a gap. I put a 1% gap in, but this is what you do need. The 5-minute low works in conjunction with this. Okay, here's your change from the 10 SMA on a 15-minute. That's the time frame you're asking about there, Debbie. So we're only going to see new 5-minute lows as it comes into 0.5 or 0.5%. So 0.5% above, we'll start to see that 5-minute low, and no more than 0.2% below the 10 SMA 15-minute line. So this is showing us where, in relation to the 10 SMA, we're going to see the new 5-minute lows. Everything else is kind of up to you. Do you want it to have gapped up? Do you want to be strong on the day, et cetera, et cetera? Do you want better relative volume? So you can kind of go anywhere from there, but that's the two features you need, a 5-minute low, and where is that 5-minute low in relation to the 10 SMA? I want 2 more hours. I get 2 hours on Tuesday, Mike. I get this, and then I get I get the afternoon. But then I don't do much on Wednesday, which is kind of a nice relief. That OPTN just really, really looking good. The first thing I would do is look back on, okay, now we got to look back and say, okay, well, that was a very significant level right there. We made it through that. What's the next upcoming level? Looks like that level was interesting. We made it through there. What's the next level? This thing could move up to 9.25. It's quite possible. Sometimes you got to zoom out. All right, Debbie, I'm glad you got that concept. You can do it on a 5-minute or 15. Like you said, it's up to you. All right, just a few more minutes here. Barry usually starts rebroadcasting in a minute or so. So I'll say last call for questions for me. You can see that silver mining company pause. Pan American looking really good. Probably going to challenge this either today or tomorrow, that prior high. Newmont, I see, trying to reclaim its 50 period. Speaking of the 50 period support, and then we lost it. And then it became resistance. But maybe we can reclaim it today. All right, I think Barry's getting ready to come back, you guys. So thanks for the good questions. It was a good session. I will go ahead and see some of you guys later this afternoon. So until next time.
All right, guys, I think Steve is out of the YouTube feed and I'm back in, okay? No, PDT is nothing to do with Canada. I'm in Canada. Nothing to do with Canada. That is a U.S. thing. And IB does, yeah, I mean, IB Canada doesn't care. HIMX is giving signs it wants to take out 4 guys. This was the alert right there at 389. I've been holding off. Wolf on Toy, I mean, you have to, I mean, if you're talking about auto trading, you have to activate. I'm going to get you to watch a video, though. If you haven't watched this video already, the Brokerage Plus intro video, which you really should watch if you're talking about trading your own money. Okay, you really should watch this. But you have to activate the trades. You have to activate the not the trades, but the strategies. You know, these are off. You have to have, you know, go to your Brokerage Plus window. Okay, well, then if you've activated it, it should trade it. The Holly Neos are these 4 here. The bottom 4, they make the cut every day, or every day. All right, well. If it didn't take it, If it didn't take it, then you're going to have to go and get Michael involved if you've turned it on and it didn't take the trade. It might be something to do with your limit offset.
I don't know how early though. That's what I don't understand is they already have boxes there. Why can't they deliver all they do?
I'm assuming, yeah. I mean, somebody made the point. You have to have live data from Interactive Brokers. But if you have not, but I'm assuming you have that. But if you don't, I encourage you to watch that video that Michael did. Okay. Okay, guys, I'll be doing my video pretty soon. I'm looking at that Kirk, just wanting to see how well it holds 3. Wow, BE, back up.
I don't know why I can't do it for tomorrow. Why not do it today?
Just one moment, please. Just watching Kirk here to see how well it holds 3. Yeah, a couple of topping tails here. Just have to see if it holds 3 well. If it does, I mean, it's got some room. Looking at that weekly chart from last week, it's got some room. It ran to 370. Oops, okay, did not hold. Meanwhile, the HIMX is trying to get through 4 again. And the high looking left is 404. So if it takes out 404, it's possible. Has room looking left up to 5. That was a pretty nasty, nasty candle for the Kirk. But that's why I waited. I wanted to wait to see how well it held over 3, and it just didn't hold. Mike, you're a funny man. Boy, keep an eye on HIMX. I mean, the volume is picking up. And I wish it weren't so close to that whole number. The high looking left is 404. See if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any specific news on it today. Oh, maybe I do. Okay, launches WiseEye, etc., etc. Okay, so there is a little bit of news for HIMX today. All right, guys, I'm going to do my video right now, so I'll be back at about 1:30. And today is Tuesday, so there was a marketing session at 2 o'clock. All right, guys, I'm back. Man, oh man, what a move by OPTN. What was that alert? 860. Look at this. Look at what an alert. I mean, it rested just for a bit, and look at the explosion. I was concentrating on HIMX more. I'm still interested in HIMX. It's now still holding over 4. But what an explosion for OPTN. Optinose. Probably coming into some resistance right now on that monthly chart, but well, gonna keep an eye on HIMX. Who knows? Maybe it'll do the same sort of thing. Boy, OPTN though, guys, this is just ripping here. Over 10 now. Yeah. Okay. So OPTN. So there's your news. To develop COVID treatment. I mean, it hit, I think it hit, actually, you know, it's funny, this was way earlier. This was pre-market, so, I mean, it had a little interest pre-market, but nothing like this. Look at the volume that came in. I do not want to lose sight of, I mean, look at HIMX also, guys. I mean, HIMX, look at the volume that's coming in. The longer it bases over 4, the better. Sets up a pretty decent stop. There's the high 404, looking back a few weeks, so it's sitting right at that high. All right, guys. Well, I took it. Let's see what happens here. Got a pretty decent feel at 409 for HIMX. See if it moves from here. Thank you, Vicky. Okay, just waiting on the HIMX, see if it holds this 4 level and pops. Has a little bit of room, guys. Has a room to maybe that 5 level if it wants to run. Let's see if this volume, look at that volume that came in. Let's see if that volume sustains and keeps it moving higher. HIMX. The volume, I mean, that's almost about a fifth, 20% of the volume right there in that one candle of the day. So let's just see if that keeps it wanting to move up. HIMX. HIMX, not S. Kind of like that. Let's see. I don't want it to cool at all, but I did take some out. There's a little bit of a pullback. So I did take some out at 420, 409 to 420 very quickly, but I'd love to see this start to rip higher. Obviously, maybe start to fill in this area here. It's all about the volume, guys. Look at that volume that came in earlier. This is the one that I'm seriously considering swinging. FMCI. No, I do not suggest the winning stock, and no, I do not. For instance, at the HIMX, I kept talking about it. I kept saying I want to see how well it holds over four. I kept saying it has room. It's up to you to take the trade if you want to. I'm not going to ever tell anybody to take the trade. I got into the trade at 409, but I gave plenty of warning that this is the one I was looking at. And why? Then it's really up to you if you want to take the trade. I'm not a financial advisor. I cannot tell you to take a trade. I'm not going to tell you when to get out of a trade if you do get into a trade. I have a certain trading style. Something that pops so quickly, I have a tough time not taking some off. My contact, you can, the general email is info@trade-ideas.com. That's where everything gets sent. And it's not just me also. I mean, there are a lot of great traders in the room. So, there are ideas, all day long. But, I don't think anybody is going to say, so you should take this trade. I mean, look at the Kirk. I was all set to take this trade. I thought Kirk looked pretty good. Kept waiting for it to, it briefly went over 310. It came back down. It briefly went again. I was waiting for maybe a 310 on the bid. It just didn't hold, so I didn't take the trade. Well, just put it on your chart. I mean, there's the volume. There's your visual volume. Right there. Okay, so when you say, is there a way to visually see volume? Other than that, I don't know how else I could answer you. I mean, obviously you can have volume here. You can have your volume. Oh, you mean like this? No. You mean sort of like in a pictorial way like this? No. Okay, so I'm now all out of the HIMX, but I want to, I haven't given up on it. So what I'll do is I'll put an alert around 418, see if it takes it back. It's up to that level again. Create your own watch list. I thought I went over that. I thought you were there, but okay. Watch me, EH. Can you see me? Okay, so click on Tools, Symbol Lists. Oops, look at that. Create new list. Give it a name. Call it EH. Okay. Now, if you've never done one before, you'll see it immediately. But there it is down here. I just left click on it to highlight it. Edit the list. Now I can start filling in symbols. You have a column of symbols that you want. You can copy and paste. There's no commas, no commas between the symbols. So I just typed in Macy's and Microsoft. Okay. So there you can see right there 2 symbols. So you've created one. Now the next step is you have to create an alert window or a top list window to attach the symbol list to in order to monitor it. Now it could be any alert window, any top list window that you have. You just right click, configure, symbol lists. The list will be over here. There it is right there, EH. You just check it. And this is only the following list. And now say, okay, that means now this list that we created called EH is now attached to the this alert window. I don't know what you mean that list is coming up empty. You don't have a list. The section is empty because you've not created a list before. Well, if you created the list, tools, symbol list, I mean, if you created it, it's got to be there. Yeah, but do it from here, tools, from the toolbar, tools, symbol lists, and do you not see your list that you created? Okay, it's there, all right. Okay, if just in case, normally when you do it that way, by creating it from the toolbar, normally you see it here. What you're saying is you don't see it here? Okay, then go to Add Existing List and find it. Left click on it and it'll move over here. I'm surprised if you created it the way I did from the toolbar that it's not here, because it usually automatically gets placed over in this column. So if it's not there, then go to the Add Existing and find it, left click on it, and it'll move over. Yeah, if you do that, it just doesn't show up here first. That's all. That's why if you do it from here, if you do it from the toolbar the way I did it before, it will show up here. Doing it here, create new list, you're absolutely right. You can do it from there, but then you have to add it. And it'll move over. Okay? Yeah, I don't know why when you do it from here, I don't know why it doesn't automatically move it over. Seems a little dumb, but that's just the way it is. All right, guys. Wow, 126 already. So I will be clearing this window and then starting to see. Now the Hymixon may not be dead. You know, I'm out of it right now. I'm out of it right now, but it may not be dead. I have an alert set up in this area here, 418-ish. Okay, this is an IPO. ADTX is an IPO. Let me just check that out. So it is an IPO. What was the, so I don't have to check it, Zach, what was the IPO price? 5 or 6 or? See how well it's trading compared to 5.5. All right, so it's a little bit above the IPO price. And again, so I don't have to check it how many shares were, issued. Well, there's no such thing as a free trading room. This is the trading room. There's no premium trading room. You're in the only trading room there is. Yeah, FedEx, is it after hours today or was it post market? So yeah, it'd be interesting to see what FedEx's earnings are going to be like. I don't play earnings at all. When I say play, I mean I don't try to anticipate what they're going to say and their guidance. There is a 200-day moving average though, interesting, just above FDX. All right, Fred. You were definitely right earlier on the ENOB. Yeah, there's a lot of room. Where are they out of? Done. I have stuck an alert for about 4:36. Okay, I'm going to clear this. And then I'm going to bring in this one. And now the comparison will take place. So for stocks to appear here, the count only has to be 30, minimum of 30. Here it has to still be 60, and I'm just doing a comparison to see, getting an earlier alert. So you sacrifice maybe some of the momentum, but maybe it doesn't matter later on in the day. No target. I don't put target so much as I say things like, okay, 5, I'm not saying 5 is a target, but I would think that 5 could be where it could really stall, but that's not a target. I'm out of it though. I'm out of HIMX, so I may get back in. All right, guys, Shiloh. Look at Shiloh on the move here. Shiloh. Now, looking left, what I see is looks like could be pretty good resistance right around 160 to 163. So if it can take that out, though, and you're going to stick an alert right there, then look left. Look how much room it's got. Okay? I mean, it's already at 52%, but no question that if it can take this out, it may not happen today, but maybe a continuation tomorrow and start to attack this area. And I may be completely wrong. It may not stall here at all. It may just pop right through and keep going. Look at the volume that came in. It's always, look at the volume, guys. There's your big clue right there. Yeah, there's you know what I want you to do, Duke? I cannot explain it. There's something going on with that My Liked. It might take a while for it to, there is a better explanation than I can give you. And if you go to the home page and ask that very question, maybe what I should do is when you get the answer, because it'll be in text form, I will copy it so I can let people know in the future. Okay? I think it takes a bit of time for it to happen. It shouldn't, but I think that's more the issue. You can do pre and post market with Turditas. Yes, we start our date at 7 in the morning Eastern time, and we run to. I've seen some data around 7:30 p.m., but I think the charts stop a little earlier. But to be on the safe side, I say 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah, right around there. I mean, there's a high right there on that weekly chart of 161, another one at 164, another one at 160. So yeah, right in this area here. That's why I have that blue line. I put a price alert right there so if it takes that price out, that blue line will turn green. Price alerts are such an important thing I think people should be doing. It's so simple to do with our price alerts. All you do, for instance, if I want to put a price alert here for say 140, I just move my mouse up at the dotted line to where I want it, right click, create price alert, done. Okay, I mean, how simple is that? And then what will happen is, if the price hits there, you're going to see my price alert window will pop up. Can't miss it. I have a sound alert on it, so I won't miss the sound. So if I happen to have stepped away from my computer, I always have my headset on, so I'll hear it. So Egan, even though I got the alert there was no volume. Okay, no big volume push. So consequently, even though it may keep going, but there was no big volume push. I want to see it doesn't have to be that bar, the size of that one, but you want to see some volume. Okay, guys, just a minute. I do have to change my headset, so just a minute. All right, guys, I'm back. Now, yeah, look at the SHLO. I mean, it's getting very close. The problem is that it'd be in chase mode, even if it takes that out. So it doesn't necessarily mean just because it takes that out that you get into the trade. The ideal situation would be something like this. See on this 15-minute chart? Whoops. See that 15-minute chart? To start happening right there, the same sort of thing, and then volume pushing it right through. The problem right now is even if it takes it out, you're chasing it. So, I mean, it may still work, it may keep going, but I can't take that trade from this pattern. But if it just sort of consolidated a little bit or a little bit of a bull flag, then it's a lot different, but otherwise you're just chasing it. I know there's a lot of background noise, I think. So look at the HIMX, did not trigger again for me. In this one, yes. Notice it, and I have the delay on here to 115, okay? So nothing happens in this till 115. So here's the theory about why I put 60 to start the day, because what I didn't want to see something that maybe did not have quite the momentum. If a stock is making a new high after new high after new high 60 times, it's obviously got pretty decent momentum right from the beginning. 30 is still darn good, don't get me wrong, but it might start to just sort of chop around. So that's why at the beginning of the day I kept it at 60. This is still 60 here, but I thought, okay, maybe towards the end of the day though, maybe a stock that hasn't been that active early on, maybe a 30 count might be sufficient. So that is kind of, but you notice right there that nothing is at 30. It's still, because, the other filters weren't met, but we will see some probably in here closer to a 30 count, and then it'll show up here later. I know it's maybe a little bit confusing, but as long as I know what I'm doing. And what I did here is I cleared this window at, probably 132, but usually at 130. So what will happen is even earlier alerts, remember now this is a no repeat version. If a stock even from one of these, could be a new stock, brand new one of course, but from something that happened earlier, if it makes a new high, it will show up here. Again, the theory being that a stock really active at the beginning of the day, sometimes, will tend to, it can't be active every single 5 minutes. So maybe it tends to go to sleep for a while. And then all of a sudden, traders get interested again. You see a big volume burst and it continues later on in the day. Yeah, so Thomas, the no repeat, same thing here. This is sort of the no repeat also. No repeat just is, it shows the very first time. This is the repeat. Notice here that Shiloh every time Shiloh, SHLO, makes a new high, it shows up here. In this window right there, there's the first time it showed up at 141. It's not going to show up again in this window. It's just the very first time it triggered. You can kind of go back then in time and say, okay, at 120, it triggered at 141. What has it done since then? Well, this is the repeat version. Every time Shiloh would make a new high, you would see it here. So this is it's a great concept to have a no repeat, because you want to see, okay, how well did any of these I created a strategy here, or an idea. How well did any of them work once we had that first alert? You can go back in time and see what happened. Sometimes the stock hasn't moved, like Egan. There was the alert at 136, hasn't moved yet. So that's fine. Maybe it's still setting up. What if we got some volume? That make sense? And that is just if you click on an alert window and click on properties, and there's don't repeat. Well, it's grayed out in that one, but properties and don't repeat, and you have some selections here. You can not repeat for either 1 minute. So if you get something you don't want to see, you have a very fast moving window, maybe you don't want to see the new alert over and over and over and over and over again. So you can go 1 minute, 5 minutes, 15, 30. I'm doing it for the day, but you have your various time options here. And if you have something you just never, ever, ever want to see, don't repeat ever. Woo, JFU guys. I mean, look at this one. So this got halted a long time ago. Got halted at 397. It resumed at 397. Got halted right there. And it's it's not a super low float. 51 million in the float. China stock. Look at the room it's got. So look what it did last week. It just got hammered last week. Welcome, Juan. Welcome to the room. No, this could just explode. I mean, what's the spread? It's one of those ones where it's 83, 86, 89, 86, 95. I mean, it tightens up a little bit, but boy, this has got a lot of room. Oh, I remember this. This is one of those crazy ones. Now I remember 9F Inc. from last week. So I mean, it got as high as 970, but it closed the week at 380. So I mean 388. So you got to be very, very, very careful. I mean, look at that. So, I mean, it got as high as 5 and it dropped right down to 441. So guys, just so you know, if you're new to the room, you're hearing a lot of background noise. It's the movers are putting back all the furniture. So That is why you're hearing some background noise. Yeah, Pola's on the move. I mean, it's had a nice run from two. I mean, this was a early star. Look where it got to. Look at the high. They got to 277. Look at these areas right there. That's where we kind of thought it would stall, and it did so far. Now, I mean, if it has a late day, not 277. Sorry, $3. I'm sorry. If it has a late day run, I mean, then it definitely still has some room. And this is actually an earnings play. Plus, it's in that EV sector, I guess, which was really hot yesterday. Don't think it's as hot not as hot as it was yesterday, when we had the Solos and the FUVs and the Plugs and the Ballards just absolutely ripping. And a low float, yes. A low float situation, 4 million in the float. Now, when you say ouch, I'm assuming this is just dropped. That's why, I mean, yeah, I mean, you got to be so careful with something like this, because if you remember this from last week, it was a bunch of nonsense. Really. Several of them did this. So I said I would not take this. It was just chasing. So anyway. Toll, well, it all depends on home builders, right? What do I think of it? Well, I mean, it's so tied to the economy. I mean, I thought I saw yesterday. I mean, it's so choppy on the daily chart. It's just something that I don't like looking at. I'm sorry. I just don't like that daily chart. It's just choppy, choppy, choppy. A little bit better maybe on the weekly chart, but you still have these big topping tails. It's just something when I see a chart like this, I just sort of pass. I'm not trying to dismiss, if you're in this trade or want to get in, don't listen to me, but I'm always looking for kind of an edge, and so when I see a daily chart that looks like this, I just don't see the edge. Now, it doesn't mean that this one won't just absolutely rip. Okay, you're gonna see what I'm talking about with the price alerts. You're gonna see Egan. It just needs another penny. You're gonna see my price alert window pop up. Well, I think you're chasing it now, so I mean, I would never be getting into it now. I mean, you're chasing it. If it takes out 3, on some kind of a pattern as opposed to just popping right through it, of course, as I say, look left on the daily chart, or monthly chart. I mean, it has some room to get to that 4 level. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but you'd be chasing it now. What I'm not good at is playing these sort of comeback plays. Give me a moment, please. I'm just waiting for this to trigger, just show you how to use the price alert window. So we got the disconnect going again a little bit here. We got the Dow down, but we've got tech is still positive, quite positive, and the SPY is positive. But we've got the disconnect going again we had earlier in the day. Yeah, another high flyer biting the dust here. HEPA had a big move, I think, after hours yesterday. Look at that big move for HEPA after hours. It's a virus play. That's that mauve area. Market open is weakening. Because it's just going to probably go negative now. No, he means that Pola was nearing the $3 price. That's all. Pola, P-O-L-A. Pola near 3, so it was near $3. All right, guys, I've got to get set for this marketing meeting that happens at 2 o'clock, about 2 to 3 minutes from now. So, Okay. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. I'll be in this meeting. I'll just be really quick. I got a lot of background noise. Scott, I just want to know, I've had a couple of people in the trading room wanting to understand to the purchase of the B plus license, the $1,100. I know that we're supposed to roll that into just a normal premium. Any idea when that's going to happen? Because I really don't want to tell people to buy it and then go through the process, a week later refund it. Okay. Okay, so I guess we're just waiting for Dave to do whatever he has to do in the back office. And Dave will answer to that, I'm assuming. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Can let's go with topics, which to have the picture of myself. You know,
Well, guys, let's back up a little bit because we were going to turn that into a normal alert also. I mean, this has been discussed probably for 2 years. We were going to take that and turn it into a normal alert. I mean, it's such a. Yeah. Well, seriously. The- Not really. I mean, we sort of have a sort of a facsimile of it already that is not really used that much in the 123 or whatever it's called. All that RBI GBI needs now is the ability to add more filters to it. There's just not enough. You can't fine tune it enough. That's all it needs for 2 years. Okay, don't get mad. Yeah. You would, you American, you. Applause. Thank you. Well, I think it could boil down to this also. I mean, how many people would not take our subscription if they didn't have a 5 day refund? I mean, really, I mean, we don't know. But I mean, if I were presented, listen, standard subscription. First of all, I would never. I always tell people, do not take out an annual subscription if you do not know our product. Try us out for a month, and then if you're satisfied, you can always bump it up. So if they take out a standard subscription, if they can't afford it, $118 a month minus 15% or 25%, whatever the promo is, maybe they shouldn't be trading. I don't know. I mean, is not having a 5 day refund, is that enough to somebody looked at that and go, you know what? I'm not going to do it then if I don't have a 5 day refund. I really don't know. We won't know until we try it, I suppose. Okay, well, there you go. So the so the big issue right now is that we can't collect the $10. Is that correct? And how can we control the number of times people do that? So there's, I mean, then the smart people that can job the system. Literally, does that mean you can take out a subscription within 4 days, cancel, and then the next day start another one and keep doing that? I mean, in theory, could you do that? Mm-hmm. All right, guys. Let me just. So we talked about the big news, I guess, that's come out of that marketing meeting. No, hey, Goods, how are you? No more charging for Brokerage Plus. So, charging for Brokerage Plus if you want to auto trade the AI. So there's no there that is going to stop. That's what I was hoping for. I alluded to that a little earlier to a couple of people who were looking to buy, that one-time $1,100. So that is going to come out. What's the date today? Certainly by the 4th. Okay. I've been pushing for that forever. Well, the 4th. I mean, that's for the July 4th holiday. I think what will happen is there'll be a promo for the July 4th, of course, probably come out Thursday or Friday, run through Monday, and the announcement will be made then. Oh, you still need premium. You'll still need premium, yes. It just mean, well, okay. Again, now it's going to get confusing again. Brokerage Plus is part of your standard package. It's part of your premium package. The only time you had to buy Brokerage Plus, and I can't wait, I won't have to say this ever again, is if, for those of you who are bound and determined that you want to auto trade the AI. Okay? If you want to auto trade your own strategies, you still need, our premium service. But you'll never, that $1,100 one-time licensing fee has gone by the wayside, okay? Meanwhile, man, oh man, BE. This is going to be interesting going forward tomorrow, guys, also. Oh, that's up to you, Mark. I mean, that's not, we don't control that. We don't control that, Mark, at all. I mean, that'll be between you and your brokerage account, really. I mean, you need if you're going to risk $10 a trade, you don't need much, but I mean, that's not feasible, is it? Well, that's in the States. I don't know if you're in the States. Yeah, you have a PDT rule. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know if 10K is enough. I don't know. I mean, if you're bound by the PDT rule and you're in the United States, then 10K obviously is not going to be enough. So I'm in Canada, so I mean, it doesn't affect me at all. Meanwhile, guys, we were talking about Pola just before on that 3 break. My goodness, what a move now. Well, you always could auto trade the AI with your live account, but you had to buy Brokerage Plus to do that. Now you won't have to if you're bound and determined that that's what you want to do. Then you're really going to have to set it up. Okay, Mark. So we do have some channels that are kind of geared. If you take a look at new and then your channel bar, let's see now. Swing Ideas is one. Okay, if you look at the channel bar. Another one, I know there's a lot of background noise, guys. What's another one? Count Builder. You can look at some of these channels fundamentals might give you some good swing ideas. I think there was one more. You can try those though right off the bat, from our channel bar. Swing ideas. Well, no, not on auto trading. I mean, if you're auto trading something, in theory, you're setting up something, just for argument's sake, if you were going to set this up to auto trade this watch list, and the alert happened at 21:16, that's where you're taking it. Now, there is something that you would call the limit offset, because you may not be able to get the trade right at 21:16. So how far outside of 21:16 would you be willing to chase that? Would you be willing to go 2, 3, 4, 5 cents on top? Okay, but I mean, when you get the alert, that's where it will try to take the trade. I mean, that's the whole idea of auto trading, because you can't set up a price in the future unless, what we'd like to be able to do though is start, with price alerts, that price alerts window. But we've been talking about that for a long time. Boy, if there's too much noise in the background, guys, I'll mute myself. Just let me know. No big deal. Okay, so minimal, really. This mic. Okay, that's good then. All right, so now I'm going to start watching. Let's see, the NBY. What are that? See that? It showed up at 30. Now, I would say, well, that's a bust. That one anyway. NBY at 30, a count of 30. I mean, what a great alert though for Pola. Pola at 307. Just as I was taking that, it just triggered just as I was in that conference call. No, I completely agree with you, Mark. I would disregard the profit target. It's not scientific at all. I think what it is taking the. Now, are you talking about an AI strategy? Or are you talking about when you click on an alert and you see a profit target show up on the chart? If you're talking about on the chart, that's because most of the smart stops are 25 cents, which again is not okay. Yeah, so it's not scientific. One of the things we really have to come up with is a much better way of putting stops. I mean, I just use them as guides anyway, but stops on the chart, because all the profit target is double the stop. So if the stop is 25 cents away, then that's why the target is 50 cents. You know what? I mean, I personally, I just completely and utterly, I disregard them. Because maybe I'm a different sort of a trader, because I'm not, because a lot of the stuff I do is around a whole number. I'm putting the whole number as kind of my stop. So wherever that, so if I'm in a trade at 307, my stop is going to be 7 or 8 cents away. I don't care what it says on the chart. If that's what you're, think about what I'm hearing in the background. All right, guys, BAT again, BHAT. This has been a, but look at this. I mean, this is a tough trader. Look at these topping tails. I mean, again, if you're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, I mean, that means at one point during that week, the stock was up at 241, and the sellers knocked it down here. Again, the next week was up. The next week it was up, but the sellers keep knocking it down. And, maybe for an intraday trade it might work, but Yeah, the volume, the volume is has been picking up. Still interested in this Hymax if it, we get some volume out of here. It's sort of basing a little bit right there. If we got like a big volume bar, like maybe like that one, right there to pop it up. Yeah, sorry to say that, Mark. But personally, profit targets to me are almost irrelevant. I mean, well, again, it's the way I trade though too, because when most of the stocks I'm getting into have got a lot of room, on a daily and a weekly and a monthly chart. I'm not thinking. All I'm looking at is potential resistance. I'm not looking at, okay, well, there's my target, but I want to see a stock that has a lot of room that can possibly run. But that's not, but the resistance, I'm not going to suggest that, well, there's my target also. But if I have a 7 or 8 cent stop, then, obviously I'm looking at something for at least 16 cents, 2 to 1, maybe 24, 3 to 1, and further. Peace. All right, guys. Let's see what's happening. I'm just waiting to get some more alerts out of this window, these two windows. Saw this one a little earlier. The only issue with this is that the 200-day SLNO, the 200-day is just about 20 cents above it. You can see if it takes this out though, SLNO, I mean, it's been kind of, in this area for a bit. If it takes out that 200-day, look left. I mean, look how much room this has on a percentage basis. Meanwhile, WKHS is really starting to drop. A lot of profit taking, obviously. Not shortable, though, for me anyway, at Interactive Brokers. The Dow is mildly up. SPY is still up, and the techs have been up all day. All right, I'm wondering too late. No, maybe not. 230. Oh, price is 229. So there's CPSH. Look at okay. Looking left, it's above last week's high or last month's high. Wow, is interesting. 9.5 million in the float. Lots of volume, 44 times normal. And there's the volume. Look at the volume that came in. CPSH. Only issue I've got is a few months ago, there was the high. Wow. Let's see if this keeps going. Look at the volume that came in. And that was after 53, and now it's showing up here, 60. Let's back this out on that monthly chart. What do we got? Boy, it's been a horrible trader. I mean, when you look at a monthly chart with topping tails and bottoming tails like this, it's been very very tough to trade. Did I see the above the symbols in caps? Random symbols showing up. I don't know what to say. You're trying to say that those are just showing up automatically? I don't know how to answer that. That's a new one. No, I know. I know, real. I'm reading. I have no idea. How can that be happening? Somehow you've created an external link to the room? I mean, is that possible? I didn't even know you could do that, but... No, you can do it. I just, you must have accidentally, you accidentally, I think, well, because I just typed that in, I just typed BE in, you accidentally linked to the room. Yeah. That's a new one. You guys know how to keep me on my toes. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, guys, I am keeping an eye on this CPSH as it kind of rests here. I mean, see if that volume really meant anything. I mean, it did pop it up. I mean, it does have room, even though this is, not a nice looking monthly or weekly chart. It actually looks a little better on the daily. A little. You too, Thomas. Good afternoon, Doc, with 19 minutes to spare. Oh, cool. Okay. I'll bet. All right, guys. What I'm going to do is I just want to check a couple of these channels out. This was another one of those crazy runners a few days ago. WWR a few weeks ago. WWR. You can see that if it can take out 258, where I'm going to put a price alert. I'm not saying it's going to happen today or if ever, but if it does take out, you can see there's the high right there on that day, the high right there on that day, a little less on that day. But if it can take that out at some point, you never know. 428. Keep an eye on the HIMX, guys. I mean, if you get the volume again, a little volume push through all this, it has room. It has room to the 5 level. I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying on a chart, we may not get any resistance, and it'll be from a decent pattern also if we do get a push with volume. And that's the HIMX. Ooh, I missed this one. How did I miss this one? QUMU. Same sort of thing. Maybe some room. Maybe some room to 4. I wish it weren't. I wish there were a little more room. No shorts available for me for not that I'm looking to do it, but NKLA at Interactive Brokers anyway. Hello, Lucky. You're sneaking in just before I'm shutting the room down. Okay, one moment, please. All right, everybody. So what do we got now? 247. Okay, Lucky, if you're just tuning in though, you're not going to see everything. Okay, you're not going to see everything. If you just loaded the channel, you're not going to see everything. These are the early alerts. Okay, Todd. All right. Okay, so if you want your paper trading account to reset every day, make sure you can't do it intraday, all right? But make sure you get out of every trade by the end of the day. Okay, so by the end of the day, so for instance, if I want to exit this trade, I just flatten the trade. Okay, so I'm out of this trade. Say I'm out of the trade, okay? Okay, Todd, listen, I'm going to give you a link that you can use, but I would hold off until, what are we now, Tuesday? I would hold off for a couple of days because we'll definitely have a July 4th promo, and it'll be at least 20%, maybe 25%. Okay? So I would hold off. Just a minute, please. And the other thing I do, I mean, if you're not used to, well, obviously you're just checking us out. Like, don't take on an annual. You can always start off with a standard, say standard monthly. And if you do decide you want to upgrade, if you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the promo code, okay? Yeah, if you don't exit the trade, then it'll treat it like a swing trade. So if you don't exit the trade in the Brokers Plus window, then it'll treat it like a swing trade. I missed the CPSH while I was on talking. Oh well. So there's the alert at 2:29. Well, it'll be a running account. Yeah, I mean it'll keep that in there, forever, unless you flatten it, get out of the trade. Yeah, absolutely. So within our program, every alert window and our price alerts window, but just yes, the simple answer to your question is yes. You can put a different sound alert on different windows. So when you hear a sound, you'll know which window to look at. Obviously, you put different sound alerts on different windows. So when you hear a sound, you'll know exactly which window to look at. And there are all sorts of sounds you can pick from. Oops. Properties, actions. I'm just running right through this, but so here are we have 3 folders, so you can see this folder has all these sound alerts. So there are plenty of sound alerts to pick from. Guys, the HIMX is still getting pretty interesting. Just waiting to see if we get some volume. So Look how nicely it is basing right here. Okay. And look at the room, potential room it's got, looking left. And so all we need is a volume burst. Not all of them. These three are from my channel. Clicking on new channel bar and then Barry's watch list. These three are from there. Everything else, I'm sharing a lot of scans, including these ones. Now, you're not a subscriber yet, I'm assuming, but yes, I mean, I share a lot of scans. Boy, all these early, this is no, it's not negative yet, but man, oh man. Meanwhile, Pola is still, where was the original alert right there? 307. 307 had that's actually a red bar ignored also. Red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. So you would have had a sort of an alert around 360 for Pola. It still has room until about 440 on the monthly chart. You mean when you say spread, what do I mean? This is the spread. 385, 386, 385. Okay, the difference between the bid and the ask, which is fantastic here. It's only a penny. Sometimes, though, you'll see spreads of, if that were 384, that'd be an awful spread, 16-cent spread for a $3 stock. It means that because if you want to buy the stock, you got to go in right now, 389. Well, that's okay. The bid's at 380. I mean, it's so fast. I mean, it's hard for me to keep a running commentary on it, but in order to buy the stock, you have to go into the ask. So if the bid is close, then it's not a big deal. So it's got two things going for it. It had earnings, and the reaction to earnings was decent, obviously, but also it's in that sector, that EV sector. From the task sector, where is the task window? I don't know what you mean by the task window. Yeah, are you a subscriber, Lucky? Okay, so yes, you can. I mean, let me just quickly show you how to do that. I'm just trying to see if I'm going to trade any one of these. So here's my earnings plays up. Okay, so watch what I do. I right click, collaborate, copy. So I've copied the window. So right click, collaborate, copy. Now I go to new, alert window, start from scratch. I'm going to start from scratch. I'm going to say okay, and I'm going to disregard. Okay, I'm saying okay. What? Just a second. New, alert window, unless they changed something on me. Start from scratch. Load settings. Load settings, starting from scratch, nothing's in there. Now I say okay. It's going to ask me, well, you've selected no alerts. Do you want to return to the config window? I'm going to say no. So at this point now, I've just got a completely generic alert window. Now I right click, collaborate, and paste. And now all the filters that I've got in here are in here. Now the next step is to create an alert. Be it when I get rid, never mind the heartbeat, what it means, be it a new high, new low, or any one of these alerts. And now you've taken the top list window and turned it into an alert window. All right. Well, listen. I mean, I'm going to be stubborn. Obviously, I shouldn't say stubborn, but I'm going to stick to where I want to take this trade if I'm going to take it. But the HIMX, I mean, it's not. It's just starting to drift down now, so I'm not going to anticipate it's going to move above. Oh, here's another one. I think somebody just mentioned this one, APWC. Now, look at this. I mean, it's right at the 200-day moving average. 129, so it's right there, 129. And again, looking left on that weekly chart, it got as high 3 weeks ago, 157. Guys, I think that's it. I want to go take a look at my new house. All the furniture's in place. I think that's the 2-month ordeal is over. So, it's 3 o'clock now. I will stick around if there are any questions. Otherwise, I will shut the room down. Open it tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Free of noise. It's right here, AWPC, right here, basic new highs, right there. Right there. Well, I'm sharing this. This is a shared window. Can I do that tomorrow, JB? I don't know if you're kidding or not. Can I just do that tomorrow? Okay, just remind me tomorrow, okay? All right, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock, I always say that. At 9 o'clock Eastern Time. That is when I'll open the room. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then. Ugh.